For the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Please vote for roll call. Seven council members are present, Mayor.
Item 3, mayor's comments. I have none at this time, so we'll move forward. Item 4, motion to adopt current agenda for February 11th, 2020, regular meeting. Comments from council. I would take a motion in regards to this item. Councilmember McLean.
I make a motion we adopt the current agenda for the February 11th, 2020 regular meeting.
Councilmember Legman.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Business from past meeting. Item 5, ordinance 5521 for a change of zone from UR urban residential to SC suburban commercial, property generally located on the west side of North Clarkson Street between the Hospital Access Road and 30th Streets. This would be the second reading. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request for a change of zone for 4 lots on North Clarkson Street, just north of the hospital. They were zoned UR, urban residential in the past. They had been zoned R4, which allowed a conditional use permit for office construction. It's not allowed in the UR district, so they are non-conforming uses at this point in time. This changes it to suburban commercial, which is fitting for the type of construction and use that's there in the surrounding uses. Staff recommendation is approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
I'll make a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5521.
Councilman Legman.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
And we'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11, Zoning, Subdivision, and Site Development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on second reading.
Item 6, ordinance 5523 to amend section 11920 of the City of Fremont UDC to amend the definitions of front yard, side yard, street yard, and rear yard. This would be for our second reading. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the second reading of this particular ordinance. It amends the definition of front yard, side yard, rear yard to address where parking is allowed. The staff report contains the original language that was proposed by Mr. Boriso. At the last meeting, you amended the ordinance as is in the packet to add the language in commercial and industrial districts, referring to parking can be in those yards at that time. That was voted on 7-1, so it is the amended ordinance that you would be voting on in the future. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus.
On these changes, which I appreciated you adding the verbiage for commercial industrial, how does this address some of those areas of adding so much impervious area as far as drainage and some of that runoff that this creates? Because this was brought forth for a specific area, but it's being applied generally to all of these commercial industrial areas, which could create some issues of concern.
In commercial and industrial areas, there's not an impervious coverage ratio like there is in residential areas. Instead, there is a floor area ratio and a landscape ratio. So generally, 15% of the lot is required to be landscaped. You can have a floor area ratio that varies depending on the height of the building. The taller the building, the more floor area you're allowed to build. But there is not anything that currently limits impervious surface in commercial and industrial areas.
So when something is built up, say, in an area abutting a residential, so you have a suburban commercial abutting a residential area, and it's built up because the existing residential area is lower and it's been built up because of floodplain or drainage issues, whatever. What happens to those requirements on drainage and taking care of their own if they're allowed to pave so much of an area? Because I know where this property specifically is at, and that's kind of a drainage area because it's got rawhide circling it.
Right, so they still need to get a grading and drainage permit.
Okay.
There are landscape buffer requirements in addition to the 15% in certain areas. So if you have a commercial area that abuts a residential area, depending on the type of use, the one I can think of off the top of my head is Tommy's Car Wash. That was an existing commercial area that came in. It was redeveloped under the UDC and was required to have a 25-foot rear yard buffer zone because it abutted the residential district, whereas in the past that wouldn't have been the case.
At the last time that we had this under consideration, there was some lengthy discussion on the verbiage and some of the language that was contained in this ordinance, and I believe Mr. Sullivan had stated that he would be working with you to make some appropriate changes or clean it up a little bit more. Has that been done? Have you?
I've not had any contact with Mr. Sullivan about that. Councilman Yerger had requested that we meet and have some changes. I, in fact, did email Mr. Sullivan about that, but the council voted 7-1 to amend the ordinance to contain the language that is in the document in front of you tonight. So I guess the impression that I think both Mr. Sullivan and I had was that the direction of the council was to move forward this way.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Jacobus, on that, to be honest, this small correction, if you will, was sort of like, let's just throw another quart in this engine that's about to blow up instead of trying to overhaul it, because we're going to have to revamp the engine anyway. And so this will resolve the issue for now, but we've got major corrections or changes that need to be done with the UDC.
Essentially, you feel comfortable with us just going ahead and doing this for now, kind of putting a Band-Aid on the bleed as sorts, and then addressing it as an overhaul at a later time to be more inclusive?
Right. I just didn't think we should spend a lot of time on it because we're going to have to jump right back into it to do some work on it. So I didn't want to spend a lot of legal time on it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Mr. Mayor, councilors, Jared Borsaw, 2543 Laverna Street in Fremont. Thank you for your time and your service. I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. I was the one who proposed this back in September. After many delays, we're finally here in second reading to talk about Councilor Jacobus's issues. This doesn't have anything to do with the amount of paving that's in a lot. In fact, this could conceivably lessen the amount of paving on a lot. It's simply parking. You could pave all the way to the green space, you just can't park in it as of now. So you would have to have additional paving to allow for parking beyond that. Basically what this is to make better use of the lot, as opposed to just possibly having paving that you can't use. You would be able to park in that area. Does anybody have any questions for me? Okay, I would ask that we could, if there's possibility to forego the third reading. I've been dealing with this since September. I would like to get it passed. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion to hold second reading. Councilmember Jacobus,
I'd make a motion to approve of the second reading, 5523.
Councilmember Coons. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have second reading.
An ordinance of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC, Chapter 11, zoning, subdivision, and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on second reading, Mayor.
The applicant has requested to move to third and final reading. I would take a motion to that effect. Councilmember Jacobus,
Oops, sorry, I didn't go on.
Councilmember Jensen,
I'll make the motion to move to third and final reading on that.
Councilmember Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 5-2, Mayor.
We'll now have third reading.
An ordinance of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC, Chapter 11, zoning, subdivision, and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on final reading.
Ready? Cast your votes.
Could I get, Mayor, can I get just 1 minute? I believe that needed to have 6 votes to waive the 30 readings.
So recast your vote.
Well, I don't know that they need to recast their vote.
If they could, then I can vote.
No, it's of the council. So give me just 1 moment. Take me just a minute.
Anytime there's a council member missing, the mayor can sit in.
The mayor is able to vote when the mayor's vote would be a majority of the council. It's not when we have to have super majorities. So give me just 1 second. Okay. 16404 subsection 3, subsection 2 says that on 3 different days, unless 3/4 of the city council members vote to suspend this requirement, that would require 6 votes.
That's the same language in 2-302 too, of city code. Look at Pat. Pat, look at 2-308C.
I'm actually looking, hold on a minute. The provision in your ordinance on the mayor's right to vote, did I just shut that off?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
The provision in the ordinance on the mayor's right to vote isn't consistent with the statute.
So that's resolutions and motions and not ordinances.
Yeah. That's
Yeah, that's exactly on that.
It's resolutions and motions, so it's not ordinances.
Says,
Oh, yeah.
and shall have the right to vote when his or her vote will provide the additional vote required to create a number of votes equal to a majority of the number of members elected to the city council. So if there was a vote of 4, you could then vote and be a 5th vote, but I don't believe you can vote in this instance to make a 6th
Well,
vote.
it's resolutions and motions anyway,
Well,
in that area.
you can, anything.
It
So
does,
I guess what I'm
We'll
saying
move
is
on.
the motion failed.
it's clear. Item 7, ordinance 5512, amending chapter 3, section 3230 of the Fremont Municipal Code titled Municipal Sewage System Charge and Considerations for Connections. This would be for the final reading. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Troy Shaven, Assistant City Administrator, Utilities. This is the existing practice being codified, dealing with connection of an existing, or connection of a sanitary service to an existing line that's not part of a connection district. Through conversation and then some discussion over the last, well, let's call it 10 months, we've come with the 2 policies before you, B and C. B is the policy that most accurately, or is the nearest to what is in place today. The only difference between B and C is B keeps the waiver for the developer for a 4-lot subdivision or more where they provide the infrastructure. Staff's opinion is that the infrastructure provided by the developer is adequate or outweighs enough the fee that's being waived. It provides the city with enough benefit that fee should be waived, and staff supports option B. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus?
From what I understand and where this began at and where it's arrived to this moment, you and Ms. McLean, Yerger and Councilwoman McLean, apologies, had worked on this to some great extent. There is still some disagreement on whether it's B or C. Legal did weigh in about some discriminatory language about allowing 4 lots, 8 lots, et cetera. But Mr. Yerger had spent quite a bit of time, in fact, the better part of 6 months, writing, rewriting, and rewriting yet again. So in light of him being not here tonight to help complete this and finish it up, is there any opposition to continuing this down the road yet another meeting? And that's what I would like to do and make the motion to consider doing so.
Mayor,
Pat?
could I address that issue on the discriminatory, can't say that word, issue? I did do some research after the last meeting, and the fact that the developers are putting in infrastructure that benefits the system would be different than individual users. So I think it differentiates or makes it a category separate. That's okay. Most of the, by virtue of an example, there was a case where it was found discriminatory because people were getting charged two different rates based on what time they came into the system. I think that would be discriminatory because there's no differentiation. But in this particular instance, where you have developers that are adding to the infrastructure, there's a basis in that you can categorize them differently. I had discussed the potential of quantifying that, or at least getting it down more precise, and figuring out what the value of that infrastructure is against what you would otherwise collect in fees, and then use, to the extent that you're adding additional value, to waive the fees or waive a portion of the fees. I think that you will find whenever they're putting in infrastructure that it will well exceed what you otherwise would have, the value would well exceed what you're charging on a per lot basis. So I think it'd just be a rare instance where a developer might get some advantage. So if you want to get more precise at some point with that type of structure, we certainly can, but for now, I have kind of backed off on my position. There's enough differentiation with the infrastructure being added by the developer that it can be categorized differently.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to continue. Is there a second? Councilman Ellis.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-4, Mayor.
Is there, moving on with the same item, is there any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus?
If we do this, this all started because somebody had asked for a freebie waiver, which wasn't a good thing to throw forward, but there's nothing else on. And in times past, it was also that we allowed for hookups for $300 for water and sewer on North Pierce Street in 2017, of which Mr. Coons, Mr. Bechtel, and I were part of, and Mr. Lakeband. There isn't an easy fix, and I can appreciate the concern that developers are putting in infrastructure within their area, but they're still tying in. And when you look at what's burdening the system, whether it's one household or 100 households, there is a difference of burdening that system. The developers are truly picking up the cost for taking that full extension in that pipe on the large sewer mains, whether it's a 24-inch or like got brought up for Gallery 23, et cetera. We paid to have that oversized, correct? And that said,
We did,
they
yes.
paid for theirs, and at some point, should that become annexed, we will get that back. But the developers now are tying into some existing mains that are there, as is the one person who had asked for the waiver. He was also paying for all of his own infrastructure from the point of his house to where it tied in. So it was kind of an equal position, but the pushback was that that person would never pay into the system until many years had passed versus 4 or 5 from a developer that would pay for itself. And that was some of that gray area of pushback. I would still be prone to push for option C to so do so. And we have two options that we have to consider tonight, both B and C, before we vote.
Councilman Legban.
I would say we're obviously leaning toward B as far as Troy, and this is his baby, and I think that's the one he would like, and the staff would like, and so I would definitely go with B.
Is that a motion? Okay. Can be, but Councilman Coons?
I didn't make the motion, but
Is there a second?
oops, sorry.
Councilman Legban?
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
It's 4-3, but it's an ordinance, so
It's got to be 6, right?
is the mayor allowed the?
Mayor's
motion?
allowed to vote on a
Okay.
4-3 vote on a regular ordinance.
So, Mayor?
Yes.
The motion is passed 5-3. And then I'll do final reading.
Now we'll have final reading.
An ordinance of the City of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Chapter 3, Article 2, Section 3-230 of the Fremont Municipal Code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, providing when the fees are effective, and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect. On final reading.
Are you ready? Cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-2, Mayor.
Moving on to item 8, discussion Northeast Nebraska Solid Waste Coalition and in SWC budget and rates for the fiscal year ending September 30th of 2020. I think we're going to give this over to Mark. Are you going to carry this? Either one? It doesn't matter. I just,
Or Tyler, either one.
okay.
I can speak on this. Let me pull that up here momentarily.
All three of us can here as well. We were all there.
So, Mayor and Council, I'm not intimately familiar with the financials, but I did get some information from Mr. Randy Gates with the City of Norfolk. He provided the materials that are listed in item 31, a pretty extensive narrative of the financials and the following pages. The contract we have with the Northeast Nebraska Solid Waste Coalition provides that we do a public meeting where people can come and provide comments regarding these numbers, and that would be the opportunity for the public to come in and do that tonight. I'd be happy to read through the comments that Mr. Gates has provided if you like.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any comments from council? This is a no action item. We'll move on to item number 9. Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the motion to table item number 9, being Mr. Ure is not here.
Is there a second? Councilmember Jacobus?
Quick question, table it or continue it to the next meeting?
Tabling continues to the next meeting.
Does that automatically, if you table it, continues it to the next meeting, sir?
His motion was actually to table, and tabling is more like it being indefinite. If
I'm gonna
it, you
revise
more,
that.
if, otherwise you'd make it to postpone to the next meeting. A motion to postpone. You can
Well,
make a, You can table indefinitely, or you can make a motion to postpone it to the next meeting.
My understanding was tabling it took it automatically to the next meeting, but if I need to continue to the next meeting, that will be my motion.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
Motion and a second.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just wanted to alert the council, even though that we are continuing it, if you go to the second to the last line, toward the middle where it starts at, or other private or consequential relationships that lend themselves to actual, potential, or perceived conflicts of interest, I just ask the council to think about that line, because you guys will be spending all day long on every meeting releasing every imaginable relationship that you have.
Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, I'll just comment back to that. That was one question I had on that, but we're going to table this on to the next meeting, but that was one serious issue I had with this also.
Any other comments? Cast your votes.
Motion fails 4-3.
So at this point, we bring it back and discuss it. Councilmember, your item, motion to authorize the city attorney to research and draft a conflict of interest policy for the city of Fremont that requires all elected city officials, all appointed officers, all hired city officials, all other decision-making appointed commissioners and board members to list and disclose any entity affiliations, trusteeships, executive committee positions, board member positions, business ownerships, partnerships, LLCs, or private or consensual relationships that lend themselves to actual, potential, or perceived conflicts of interest. The backup is pretty much self-explanatory. It pretty much says the same thing. Councilman Legman.
Well, I wish Brad was here, but I'm going to say some of the stuff that I was going to say with him here, but I think this is a waste of money. We already have rules, and I'm kind of surprised he didn't include my grandkids in this too. And it goes too far. Just like a lot of things he's written, it goes too far. Even after we would do this and spend all the money and probably thousands more dollars and do this, there's still going to be real or perceived conflict of interest. For instance, Mr. Ellis, when Main Street was here asking for money, and Main Street's job is to promote downtown businesses, he still voted real or perceived conflict of interest. And when Ms. Jacobus gave the false documentation, and we were voting to find out the true author of this said document, she still voted real or perceived conflict of interest. So I just think it's a waste of time, and there's always going to be perceived conflict of interest. That's why I am definitely voting this out, and I think it's a waste of time, a waste of money.
Councilman Coons?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that the definition of perception. That's the part that really bothers me on this. I don't think there's an end to what can be perceived. I like the way you put that, Mark. We always kind of looking at this. It could go so far as perception. I buy Girl Scout cookies every year. If the Girl Scouts come to the meeting and ask for something, should I abstain from voting? Good question. Could be perceived as a conflict of interest. I think this is ridiculous. We need to move on.
Councilmember Jacobus?
First of all, I'd like to ask the conduct of the council and comments made to be professional and respectful. That
They
said,
were.
excuse me, I have the floor. Part of the issue with bringing this to light is because there are some perceived conflicts, and I believe that all of us should put down in record for any of our business ties, any of our LLCs, any of our partnerships that are business-oriented, company or otherwise. I would agree with Mr. Sullivan's comment when it goes to other or private consensual relationships that lend themselves to actual potential or perceived. That's a Pandora's box that will never close down. But I do believe the intent is when there is a public official that has outside ties to boards, committees, organizations, et cetera, there is a perceived, not necessarily a real conflict, but a perceived. And a lot of us do serve on boards outside the council that don't include other members, or we have private board meetings, et cetera. Some of our ties are EMS and fire-oriented and fire organizations. Some of them are other. Last meeting, we had a discussion about a possible conflict of interest concerning our mayor. Did I believe he had? No. Was there perception? Yes. It was asked for me to bring it to the table, and I did what I was asked to do, but we didn't act on it because I don't think any of us felt comfortable proceeding with it. In light of that, I think that's where this is coming from. I agree that, or other private or consensual relationships that lend themselves, et cetera, to the end of that is over the top and opens a Pandora's box. But I could see why this has gotten thrown down, because for several items that we have had discussed in the last, well, since I've been on 36 months, there has been some perceptions of conflict. There's been that insinuation. Do we all have that on record through Tyler at City Hall that there may be some organization that we're tied to? Mr. Bechtel has constantly recused himself from voting simply because that perception. Does he have a real perception, or excuse me, a real conflict? Probably not. But we all have that perception. Mr. Ellis is not part of Main Street. Is there a perception that there could be a conflict? Yes, because he has a downtown business, and that was addressed. But if we all have that on record, we'd all know that ahead of time. So when somebody tries to throw a dart at us and say, the mayor had a conflict, or Jacobus had a conflict, or Ellis, or Mr. Coons, we know better. And I think that's where this is coming to. And for that reason, and that reason only, is why I thought it would be a good idea to proceed something like this for some language. It's just a formality that we put on a piece of paper and file with the city clerk what boards and organizations, professional and otherwise, like the fire department that Mr. Coons is on, or when I'm on EMS on the Hill and I'm part of the Homeland Security Board. Those types of organizations are something we can spell out.
I will say there is a potential conflict form that needs to be filled out if there's an item that's on the agenda that perceived or not perceived would be filled out either by the council member or the mayor or whatever, which is what I've used in the past, and I know some council members have used it in the past as well. And that is then at that point given to the clerk, and the clerk has it on file. Councilmember McLean.
Just want to quickly weigh in on this. I guess I feel like this is really well covered at the state level. There's a 58-page Nebraska Political Accountability and Disclosure Act. It has 2019 amendments. It's very involved. There's also on the Nebraska Political Accountability and Disclosure Act website, there's a very nice summary of like 6 conflict of interest statements for public officials. I think maybe what we just need to do is when people come on board after they're elected, make sure that as part of the orientation, they get a copy of this, they sign that they received a copy of it, and then it becomes incumbent upon them, it's like any kind of handbook or whatever. You know now what the rules are, you're an adult, and so you need to disclose those. I do think it is a Pandora's box of trying to get into every conflict you might possibly have. If you served on a board 10 years ago, do you still have a conflict because you served 10 years ago? I mean, I'm not in favor of spending money on a policy when the state law and this information is very well articulated and documented. And I would just maybe say at our city level, making sure that as new elected officials come in, we're giving this to them and having them sign that they received it. That would be my suggestion. So I'm not in favor of pursuing this item.
Any other comments from council at this time? Any comments from the public? Back to comments from council. I would take a motion in regards to this item. Councilmember Jacobus,
I would make a motion to approve Yerger's request on number 9, to authorize city attorney to look into this and develop a policy.
is there a second? Is there a second? Dies for lack of a second. Item 10, receive update on March 2019 flood.
Do you want me to switch over the presentation?
Hey, Troy. There you go. Mayor and City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. Let me do it from the podium tonight. So I also put a copy of the PowerPoint that's in the council packet up on the screen so the audience can see it as well. I want to thank Councilman Yerger for asking for an update on the flood. I'm sorry he's not here to hear it, but I know he's looked through the slides and had some comments on it. So this is where it started, and I'm going to be using the pointer. This is a really good representation of the damage that hit Fremont and why it hit Fremont. And we'll start out west at the Ames Dike. At the Ames Dike, there's a very large breach that had occurred sometime Friday night or Saturday that let a lot of water flow towards Fremont. Before that breach happened, the cutoff ditches, and there are 3 cutoff ditches, one out by North Bend, there's this one right here called the Central, and then the Fremont cutoff ditch. They were completely full and funneling as they should. They were funneling water towards the Platte. But when this breach happened, all that water inundated. It broke the driveway into Timberwood that washed it out, and it got to Ventura right here. And when you get the influence of all the Fremont cutoff ditch water, plus this massive influence that came from the breach, it wanted to go 2 ways. First of all, it wanted to go across Highway 30 and head towards Fremont on the north side. And if it had done that, the Rawhide Creek is right here, and we would have been inundated with water through the Rawhide. The mayor was out there and saw this happening. He immediately, and this was Friday mid-morning, I think, he immediately asked and got assistance from the county and the state, and we built a temporary levee down the middle of Highway 30 for about a mile in here to prevent that water from spilling over and getting on the north side of Highway 30. It then diverted the water around Ventura. It came around, it blew out the dike here at Rod and Gun Club as well. And so these 3 breaches I'm going to describe, I don't know when they went out. Nobody really knows when they went out. But all we know is what happened was this water now was racing through the Rod and Gun Club breach, blew out a couple of areas there, blew out County Road 19, and was headed towards Fremont. So there's really 3 breaches. There's the breach at State Lake number 20. There's the breach at Rod and Gun Club, and then the Ames Dike. All 3 of these breaches were letting a massive amount of water flow through Lake Leba, flow across Ridge Road, and put tremendous pressure on the Fremont farmland and railroad dike. It eventually blew out the dike here where this X is, and when it blew out our dike right here, it spilled massive amounts of water into the south side of Fremont, south of the tracks, and that's when Regency, the whole entire area got 3-4 feet of water in it. We don't know the breaches that occurred down in Emerson Lakes probably contributed some to this flow, but I think these were early breaches, probably when the river was really high. When the mayor first noticed the breach or the levee about to breach was right here at the at the BN track. The water was up against the levee, and at that time, that was early Friday morning. That was when it was so full of big chunks of ice. It was massive amount of ice, and I think the ice that was in the river at that time probably caused the breaches here and probably caused all three of them. Because if you look at the trees near those breaches, there are scraping marks on a lot of those trees up considerably height where that ice was at, and it just, I think it blew out those levees and dikes. And I call these levees loosely. They're not technically levees, although the Ames dike out here is more of a levee than it is a sand berm. That dike is under the PL 84, Corps of Engineers PL 84 program. The Rod and Gun Club is not, the one at the State Lakes is not, and of course the Fremont levee is not under that program as of yet. And so this is a good representation of why we saw so much water to get into Fremont. Remember, our levee was built many years ago as just a pushed up sand berm. It has never held that type of water before, and it likely will never hold that type of water again. It's just simply not big enough. It's not tall enough, and it's certainly not wide enough to sustain that kind of pressure. So even if we repair it permanently, if we would get a similar event as what we had in March, I don't think it would hold again. It's just simply not built to withstand that kind of pressure. The last dike, which really had inconsequential effects on Fremont, is the Union Dike. That's clear down here in the corner. That's down by the well field down here. It had a couple of breaches, and it spilled water out into the well field down here. But by that time, it was certainly south of Fremont, and although this did damage some of the area down south, but it didn't really damage anything in Fremont. So now that I've told you about the three dikes, and let me tell you a little bit about the status of what's been going on. So the Ames dike, as I said, is a certified, PL stands for Public Law 84-99, which simply means, though, it's not an official levee, it's not an official dike, it's in the maintenance program of the Corps of Engineers. And so if you sustain damage during a flood or any kind of disaster, the Corps will come in and help pay for the repairs of that dike. And that's exactly what's happening here. The Corps of Engineers is going to fund about $1.6 million of those repairs. The Ames dike applied for a community development block grant and was awarded $485,000. They now have their matching share. The work is maybe even starting today. It's going to be starting any time. They may have started this week on the repair of that. The man up here, that's Grant Hansen. He's the chair of the Ames Dike Board. He's standing there where the missing dike is, pointing at where it should be, and it's not there. The Rod and Gun Club. That is a private club. It's not public enterprise, therefore it does not qualify for any type of assistance. We really tried, we being the city, the NRD, the county, we really tried if we could find either FEMA funds, Corps of Engineer funds, or some type of funds to help them repair that, and there just really isn't anything out there. I'll show you a picture of it here coming up. It's a rather large breach. It would probably be $3 to $5 million to fix it.
They are working with Ducks Unlimited.
Awesome.
And getting very close to a solution.
Awesome. That would be great. And then get another private fund to help them. And I think they've had an annual meeting. I think they're going to convert to a public entity, so that will help them the next time. So I'm hoping they get that grant. So because that breach is wide open, we, the city, helped build a temporary, I'll call it a dike between, it's really not between the Rod and Gun and Ventura, it's probably more between the Rod and Gun and Sportsman's club out there. We built a temporary dike to relieve some of the pressure that was putting on County Road 19. And we did that simply because Sawyer was trying to work on County Road 19 and he couldn't really get it. There was so much flow going down through that breach that we had to stop the flow somehow, and so we spent city resources trying to slow that flow down and build something in there. That still exists today, and so there's kind of a level of protection. The county put $1 million in County Road 19. In talking with Tom Smith and Bob Missel, the chair, the county, it looks like FEMA is going to require all that to be removed, simply because it's got concrete and riprap things in it. And I think the county engineer, Scott Hubbard, has said that it could cost $2 million to repair it with permanent repairs. And so I think the county's been trying to fight that, but I don't think they're going to win that argument. So it's highly likely this next summer they'll be tearing that County Road 19 up and redoing it permanently. Okay. The State Lake number 20, that was a relatively small breach. That's the bottom picture right here. And it was pretty much fixed right after the flood. City crews worked with the State Department. We helped them haul dirt. They simply went out there in the State Lakes, dug up a bunch of sand, hauled it down in there, and fixed those repairs. I have not heard whether FEMA is accepted those repairs. There is no riprap in there that I'm aware of, and so hopefully they made permanent repairs and that can stay. Just keeps cycling, doesn't it, Tyler? The Fremont farmland and railroad levee. Right after the flood, we made permanent or temporary repairs. We have not made permanent repairs. I'm sure all of our temporary repairs are going to have to be removed as well. And some of the FEMA claims that we've made is to do just that, to take out all those repairs. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One, FEMA is very fussy about how you repair things, and they don't like riprap. They don't like things. They like compacted clay, and they like things. Plus, we're also we've gotten some grant money to try to get our levee into the PL 84 program. And to do that, when we do that, we have to put it up to their standards. And to get it into their standards, we're going to have to use compacted clay, which we didn't use. We just used basically anything that we could find at the time for those temporary repairs. And so that will have to be done. In the meantime, though, the breach has been repaired. And I said this was the State Lakes. This is not. This is actually the breach in the Fremont levee looking south. We think these are the three trees. There's three of them right here. We think these are the three trees that probably caused the levee to breach. Part of the PL 84 program is any trees within 15 feet from the base of the levee have to be removed. And so now that we own this levee, it's probably going to be months and months work of cutting trees to get it qualified, simply because, as you can see, these trees were way too close. And what happens is roots get then into the levee, the water follows those roots, and then you have a weak spot, and that's probably why it breached where it did right there. So we've got lots of tree work to do. And then lastly, the Union Dike, that was made by the Lower Platte. That is the PL 94 or PL 8499 certified levee. The Lower Platte South is the entity that's in charge of the Union Dike, and they made, I think, permanent repairs immediately. I know Papa Trucking and did a lot of work down there for them. So some of the other flood measures. This is a picture looking west. And so when the flood was occurring, this is Highway 30 right here that you can, as I said before, the water was starting to come over Highway 30. This is the cutoff ditch. Here's the railroad track. This is Ventura right here, Ventura Lake. And you can see the massive amount of water that was starting to come across. That's why we diked up Highway 30 like we did. There is a pretty good breach yet right by the railroad track in the cutoff ditch. And talking with Scott Hubbard and Tom Smith, they're working with Ventura, they're working with UP to try to get that breach fixed, because that remains an open spot that would allow water to go a similar path across here. And so that still remains not fixed at all. Something needs to be done with that. So now let's talk about FEMA claims. The city so far, our claims are estimated about $3.4 million, and I've broken out Parks is about $950,000. A lot of our facilities, especially at Moeller Field, took a pretty good hit. So a lot of those mitigation efforts have to be done there. Street department to fix some of the streets and the gravel roads that we had in the south part of Fremont, $2 million. And then utilities. This was the picture of the substation we had. That's how high the water was, and it still got above those bags down here. This is substation B on Cloverly Road, and it damaged some equipment in our substation in that building, and so that's where the $400,000 is going. Switching gears again, this is an update from Don Simon on the number of inspections and the substantial determination. You can see the number of inspections really hasn't changed. It's slightly over 1,200. There's the kind of the breakdown between the green, the yellow, and the red placards that were placed on homes. What is continuing to change, though, is the estimates that still come in for substantial determinations. A lot of folks simply just haven't got around to them, because if you figure all of the red 300 need substantial determinations, some of the yellow need it. So there's probably 600 to 700 structures that will need determinations made. You can see we're up to 539 right now. And so some folks are still bringing them in yet today. They just simply, a lot of them were lake homes or homes that were second homes or just, cabins where they simply weren't in any hurry. Now as they're starting to fix them, probably this next spring, they'll start working on it. Then they'll bring in their determinations. You can see so far 26 red tag properties have been deemed substantial. And what that means is if you're deemed substantial, that means more than 50% of the cost to repair. Then you cannot repair it in a floodway. It has to be elevated or abandoned. And so nobody wants that situation. We certainly don't want 26 homes removed from Fremont. That's why, as I'll say in a minute, we've got some grant funds to help raise those homes. We want those homes to be lived in. We want those homes to pay property taxes. We don't want them abandoned. And so we're going to do everything we can to make sure that nobody leaves a home abandoned. But that's the numbers so far that have met that 50% determination. 4 have already been, commercial properties have been demolished. And you can see, unfortunately, already 20. A lot of these are cabins or were residents out in the Big Island Road area where it was hit really hard. And so a lot of these properties were out there. Okay. Something's not happening, Tyler.
I can switch to the PDF in my.
So after the flood, we immediately started applying for grants, and they seem to keep coming. There's numerous grants that Lottie has been able to successfully get, and there's still numerous grants that we continue to work on. Immediately, we worked with Inglewood, and we got a $70,000 grant just to do an assessment of that. Remember, that's when we took ownership. We really didn't know what we had. We got a grant, we did an assessment, we hired JO to come in and help us. We wanted to find out how many repairs and what approximately the cost was going to be to bring the levee up to the PL 8499 standards. And I can tell you today, it's probably going to be close to $1 million to bring that levee up to that standard. But again, it's well worth it, because should that ever be damaged again, they will step in and pay 75% of the repair cost. We also got a $485,000 community development block grant to help us remove some of those trees. It will not cover it all, but it will help us remove some of those trees, and then the rest will end up budgeting in the future to get that levee back up to standard. We got a hazard mitigation grant, $750,000. We've been working with homeowners ever since. I don't know how many Lottie's got signed up. I think she said 20 some already signed up to start getting 75% of the cost to help elevate their home. And so we're working through that process. The 25% that's a match, required match, we've been working with the long-term recovery group. They have just recently got the Rebuild the Heartland grant for $100,000. That money is going to be able to go in and help folks with that 25% match, because we know a lot of folks, yeah, the 75% is great, but they don't have the 25% that it takes to be able to raise their home. They just don't have that money. And so we're trying to not only get the federal grants to help them, but also get some local grants to step in and help them on a case-by-case basis to make sure they can afford to raise their home. The Corps of Engineers has awarded us, and this is part of when the Corps of Engineers did the levee study that took how many years to do? 5, 6 years, more, if not longer.
Longer.
They basically at the end said, well, we can't build a levee because there's no public benefit, but we can certainly see if we can get you some non-substantial assistance. And that's exactly what this is. They have pledged to get us $6.5 million. It's a 35% match. It's not as good as the hazard mitigation, but we'll be able to use that over a 10-year period of time to help folks mitigate and raise their homes up. And so I'm hoping what happens is that we'll have a movement get started. There will be people that will take some of that money, they'll raise their home, neighbors will look at it and say, you know, that isn't so bad. You know, I think maybe I will apply and see if I can't get some of that money and raise my home as well. And over the 10-year period of time, we do a substantial, rehabilitation down there and raise a lot of those homes and get them clear up out of the floodplain. That would be awesome. And that's what this money is to do. $6.5 million is a lot of money. That should help a lot of folks. We just have to really work hard to help get 35% to help them get their matching funds. That's what we're going to have to do. We've applied for the Nebraska Affordable Housing Trust. You can see GFDC already got $500,000 that can be applied countywide. There's also going to be $3 million more of that allocated, and we've applied for that, and we're hoping that we will get our share. Through HUD, and I was on a call tonight with Congressman Fortenberry where they were talking about getting some federal money. This is it. Through HUD, will be handled through the community development block grants, which will come through DED. They're going to be allocating $108 million. I think 60-some million dollars is just in like Dodge, Douglas, and there's like 3 counties. I can't remember the other county, but it's a massive amount of money. So we should, we're waiting for the guidelines. We can't even apply yet, but once we get those guidelines, we should be eligible for a lot of money to help also to mitigate some of the homes that were damaged. The other thing we did after the flood is we immediately got everybody together, and this is something that I've been preaching for a long time that has never been done. We got everybody, all the governmental entities together and said, listen, it's about time we start doing something. We all sit here and we sustain damages, but we don't take any proactive efforts to make sure it doesn't happen again. And so as the research I've been doing, I found that Grand Island was in a similar shape 10 to 15 years ago. They formed a similar group. They worked with the NRD, and they put in tremendous amount of efforts out there to put in cutoff ditches, retaining cells, diversion dikes, new drainage ditches, and they've done a marvelous job of lowering the damage that they get when it floods out there. In fact, this last flood, you didn't hear of any damage, some lowland, but really no damage inside of Grand Island, where that used to be like Fremont. They flooded all the time. They don't have one creek like we have with Rawhide. They had several creeks out there, and they were constantly getting flooded. This is exactly what we need to do and put this group together. The first thing we said is we'd love to apply for funds to actually do something, but we don't know what to do. Everybody's got an idea, but we don't know what to do. And so what we did is we put together a notice of interest to apply for $1 million just to do an engineering study to find out what are some of the things that we can do to alleviate flood damage in the future. Is it retaining cells? Is it diversion ditches? Whatever, is it partial levees, dikes, whatever we can do, let's get a plan together and let's follow it. And in the future, maybe we can even get lucky enough to get more grants to help us fund some of that. But until we got this group together, this had really never started. If you look back in the old days, somebody just got a wild hair and they pushed up the dike around Fremont. Somebody got a wild hair and made those drainage ditches, those 3 drainage ditches, because they were tired of that lowland area constantly being flooded. And so they built those and just diverted the water back to the Platte. I think it's a great measure. They just aren't enough. We just needed to find more things to do that will help us. So keep the water out of Fremont. Try to detain it somewhere else until it passes and it lowers and it can go back to the Platte and flow normally. That's what we need to do. We also are applying for an Economic Development Administration grant through DED. In Northeast Nebraska Economic Development District is helping us with that application. That we're probably going to do $1 million there as well. So if we don't get the hazard mitigation, we think we can maybe get the EDA grant. But by applying for both, we're hoping that one will come through and we'll get this study funded, because that's really what we need to do, is start with a study first. So before I switch to questions, I've got 3 more pictures that I want to show you. And by the way, this is a thank you we got after somebody from a Cadence or somebody, after we ferried them from, I think, Miller to Fremont. This is the nice letter that we got in the mail. Switch over to that. Let me close it. There we go. So this is looking west. So this is my airplane. I'm flying over this, tipping the wing down so I get a picture. I'm looking straight west. This is the Ames Dike. This is where the dike started. This is where it ends over here. And this entire stretch in here is completely washed out. That's why you see this hole. This is the scour hole that got so deep in there. And this was the massive channel of water that was flowing right through here. And if you want to drive out there, you can drive down, which county road is that?
11.
County Road 11. And this, you can drive almost down to the end down here, and you can stand right there and see this for yourself. What happened was, is after this got done, Grant Hansen, he had about $10,000 or $15,000 left in his budget. He hired somebody to go out and push up this temporary sand dike right there. And that's, I don't know if you saw it or not, but that's when the Corps of Engineers threatened him and said that he had to remove that, and he said, "Over my dead body." And that was on the news, "Over my dead body." And I think the Corps reconsidered, because there it sits. There is the temporary levee that he built. It's a good thing he did, because had he not built that, you can see there's the channel of the Platte right there, and it comes right up against that levee. Was that not there, that thing would still be flowing down here, because it's just scoured out so bad, it would be flowing down through there. Now, it wouldn't get to Fremont, obviously, but it certainly would still be flooding this farmer's field. But you can see how wide of an area that was. It was a massive breach. This is an island that's out there. This completely shifted the channel and the flow that was before to the way it is right now. So that's the Ames Dike, and this was taken about 2 days before the last council meeting, because I was going to do this at the last council meeting, so I flew out just to get these photos to give you an update of what it looked like. You can see there was snow on the ground at the time. All right, this is Rod and Gun Club. Now we're looking east. So this is east up here. This is the Rod and Gun Club Lake. This is Sportsman's. This is the channel that comes around. So Ventura is over here. This is the channel that comes around, and as the water comes down the Fremont cutoff ditch, This is a way it finds itself back to the river. You can see there's a couple different paths. And so it's no wonder it breached right here, because when all that water tried following this channel back to the river, it put so much pressure and it blew it out. It's open here. There's the scour hole. It blew it out here, clear down to here. It's a massive breach down through here on the north side of those trees. You can see that when even as cold as it was then, it's still open water. It's that deep in there. Somebody has done some work in there. And maybe the mayor knows, because you can see they've driven out here and they've built a little temporary something to drive across where it was breached right in here. So somebody has done something out there, but it's a massive breach. You can't see the temporary repair we made down here, but somewhere right in here is the temporary repair we made, and then down here is County Road 19 where it blew it out as well. And so the water came down here, went through that, raced around the corner, went around the corner, blew it out, came around the corner again and blew out County Road 19. It made a heck of an S curve when it was flowing massively there. And then the last photo, oh, come on, this thing. There it goes. There we go. The last photo I have, this is State Lake 20. This is the big sand beach that's out there that goes out into the Lake 20. The breach that was over by the Platte was over here that's fixed. And what it did, all that water went down County Road 19. It also made an S curve right here, and it blew out this big sand berm that was existing between Lake Liba, that's what this is, Lake Liba and Lake 20. This also is the stretch of the road there in the state parks. Remember, it washed out that blacktop road that's in there. That's gone. And what you see in there now is, I believe this is, so the Abel family owns Lake Liba. They have a crane down there, and my understanding is they were driving sheet piling, and they've been, you can see, building this sand berm back up again. And so there's a pretty good defense now that we have between water getting back between Lake 20 and Lake Liba again. And so that's good news. They get that fixed. And then when the state comes in and fixes that road, that will even help us even more. So you can see there's some work that's been occurring, but there's certainly some open breaches. So, and with that, I'll take questions. Susan's got it.
Susan, Councilmember Jacobus.
We had been notified that there was another round of mitigation projects being reviewed by NEMA and the Governor's Task Force, and the application date deadline for notice of intent was February 18th. Are we going to try to garner some of those and apply for that? And are we going to do that as a joint water management? Because in here it also has stormwater management projects, floodgates, detention and retention, et cetera, that different communities can grab. But Dodge County, since we had so much damage, this would be something that we may want to consider joining together on joint water management report and applying for.
So I talked to Tom Smith this week with the county. They're applying for some of those funds. Our application for the Joint Water Management Advisory Board, our application is still being considered. So we've went through 2 rounds. They haven't said no, but they haven't said yes. We've got a meeting set up next week to go down, and what they want is they want us to come down, and us meaning the NRD, the county, and the city, to explain what exactly are we trying to do with this resiliency grant. I think they're leaning towards funding it, but they want to find out some more information about why we're applying for a study and not actually projects. And so we're going to go down and explain that. I've asked our folks, do we have anything that we need to apply for? And I think Dave is still looking at that, and Mark. You can't use those funds to supplement FEMA. So when FEMA pays us 75%, we can't use those funds to supplement that. That's going to have to come out of the city budget. But are there other projects that we might be able to do? That's going to have to be up to Dave and Public Works to figure out if there's something else we can qualify. I would love to say that we have looked at it and we have another plan or a project that we could do to help mitigate. Other than the levy, which is simply to repair that. I can't say we really have any, we have no plans. And so we would just be pulling something out of the air, guessing that it's going to help. Hopefully that study, if we can get that study funded, that would give us the ammunition.
So that study would be wrapped up into this next go-around of asks for
Yes.
notice of intent?
Yes.
And we don't have anything else as far as stabilization or protection for roads and bridges that we see the need for, but it's more countywide?
County has a lot of needs, especially the townships. But I don't think, Dave, we have necessarily anything that you can think of that we may be able to apply for to do any kind of mitigation on future floods.
In regards to bridges, most of our bridges were in the unaffected areas.
Or roads.
Yeah, they had minimal damage from the flood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, the other question Councilman Yerger asked me last week was, what about the city's efforts in now that the auditorium is being remodeled? We don't have that facility, and it won't be available in March. So remember, when the flood happened, it takes an army. I mean, and it takes a community, and the community stepped up. That includes the city, the school, the non-government organizations, the nonprofits, the county. We all work together. And I remember getting the call saying, hey, listen, remember, the first line of defense is First Lutheran Church. They're a certified shelter. They're the first line. They immediately set up there. Then they start going to other churches. And I remember getting the call saying, hey, listen, we got the shelter set up. They're doing great, but we don't have any place for supplies. And I think Kim and I said, well, shoot, the auditorium's sitting there empty. Why don't we just use it? And so we did. It worked great. We don't have that this time. We probably won't have it again. The changes that we're making is really not going to be conducive to having a big open space. It's going to be more of a meeting room. But that doesn't mean we couldn't use Christensen. However, and we looked at Christensen during the flood, but remember, we signed contracts with folks to have events there. And those contracts, we'd end up breaking those. And I think that would cause us some real legal issues, because if you had your wedding planned and you signed a contract with the city and the city came in and said, whoops, sorry, we're taking over the building, I'm not sure you'd be real happy. And so I'm not sure that's a good solution. I think we'd have to look at it. I talked to Mark Shepard with the schools, the superintendent of schools. He said the same thing. It worked out really well initially because they didn't have school. And they had some buildings that were free, but you can see what happened was, as soon as the kids got back, those gyms were not available. They had to find other locations. So the public-private partnerships that we have now through the long-term resiliency group is helping us. They have found a building with SCS. I know I've talked to Ron Valock. He's got currently an empty building that we could probably work out some terms with him, although his building is in the floodplain. His building is unfortunately down there where it got flooded, so I'm not sure that would help, but possibly. That's what needs to happen, is that we would again have to all come together to figure out how do we help the citizens working together to figure out what we do, whether it be a shelter or a storage place or something like that. And so Tom Smith says, you can never plan on an event. You don't do planning for events. You do plannings so that you have the capabilities of being able to handle events. And that's what Tom Smith, and that's what we're doing. The next time, what capabilities can we build in so we make sure we have those when a similar or a different event, because it probably will never be the same thing again. It's going to be something else. But what capabilities do we have to make sure we can respond and react in a quick enough fashion to help folks?
Councilman Ellis.
We've gotten, from your presentation here, it appears we've gotten a lot of money in from different grants, from different areas. Is that all coming into the city, into our accounting, and we're keeping track of it and having ledgers where there's accountability that kind of...
Well, remember, this is federal and state money, and so
Right.
we're good at it. This is no different than the FEMA funds. Our accounting department has done FEMA for years. We've gotten audited before. Jody's got the system down pat. Right, Jody? That's the least of our worries, honestly.
And they're here 2 or 3 days a week, solid, right now already. With
But you're
accounting.
Yeah, but you're right, Councilman Ellis. We've gotten quite a bit of money, and we are going to continue to fight to get money. Because, again, we want no homes abandoned. We want every property developed. We want taxpayers, property owners.
Any other questions?
Thank you. And I'll make sure
Thank
we
you.
put this out online, too, so public can see this as well.
I think all we have to do is take a motion to receive. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to receive the flood report.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 11, Resolution 2020-022, approving the FAA Airport Capital Improvement Plan. This time we'll have staff report. Dave?
Good evening, Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. This is a report that we file every year. It's a capital improvement plan for the airport. It's something that I don't prepare the numbers here. The numbers are prepared and the documents are prepared by the Department of Aeronautics, which is a division of the Nebraska Department of Transportation now. They send this to us, we review it, make changes, approve it, and send it back to them. It does not commit the city to funds. It's just our roadmap or our projected spending, I guess, or improvements at the airport over the next coming years. It's not to be confused with the capital improvement plan that the city does in the budgeting process, which it has similar numbers in it for the airport. This is kind of like our 1 and 6 year roadway plan. It's just kind of a roadmap of where we're going in the future. We've been doing one of these for many, many years. We approve that, or we present this for approval and then submit it to the state.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to approve Resolution 2020-022 to approve the FAA Airport Capital Improvement Plan.
Councilman Legman.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 12, Resolution 2020-023 of the City Council of the City of Fremont, Nebraska to authorize to approve the architectural services agreement with Davis Design for design services in connection with the aircraft terminal building at the Fremont Airport. This time we'll have staff report. Dave?
Again, Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. This is a contract, or probably more correctly, it would be a supplemental contract with Davis Design. The city, back in 2014, I believe it was, selected Davis Design as the lead group for the terminal/apron project at the airport. The majority of the work had been done by their subconsultant up until this point, Burns McDonnell. They worked with the FAA. We looked at a number of locations for the proposed new terminal location and terminal apron area. We looked at 4 or 5 different alternatives. And then over the course of a number of years, we've had council presentations. We've had presentations to the airport board. So we're here tonight. Now, the contract has been awarded separately for the apron work, which is basically the parking area for the planes for the terminal area. That was awarded to a contractor last year. They will begin construction on that this year. We separated the 2 projects out, the actual building, the structure versus the concrete flat work. based on the availability of funds from the federal government through the FAA, through Department of Transportation in Lincoln. And it was best to pull the two projects apart. And then now what we're doing is the next phase of work with Davis Design to actually contract them to begin the design work. The design contract that you have in front of you is kind of a three-step project. Project A is what we're looking at tonight, is $25,000 for schematics, looking at different types of buildings, looking at final location of the building. We know generally where we want to locate it, but this will kind of nail down the drive entries, the site work, that type of thing, and then start looking at conceptions of the building itself. They'll work with this group. They'll also work with the airport board specifically, come up with a final proposal, I guess you could say, for a building. And then phase two, which we would have to do another agreement on, amendment to this agreement to do the actual physical plans for that structure. And then the last phase of it would be for the construction inspection during the actual construction work. So tonight you're voting on an agreement to extend our contract with Davis Design, but specifically for that schematic work for the concept plans of the building.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Ellis.
Dave, I just want to ask a couple of questions on you said this is phase one, so we're designating $25,000 to get the plans going. Has there been any, I know this has been a long time coming, a lot of city councils before me have approved and kind of gone in this direction. I'm a little concerned right now. We're getting the ball rolling and getting ready to spend, essentially $2.3 million over the next many years, 1.7 in the next 1 to 2 years to create this terminal. Has there been any other looking into ways that the city doesn't have to foot all this? I mean, as other communities, I think you're from Columbus, is that correct?
Originally, yes.
Originally, yeah. Has their airport gone through any phases and built terminals, or have you looked to see, this is just a big chunk of money for the community to swallow for something that, and I understand there's economic development here that's going to help, but I'm just curious if there's any other way that we can help fund this with a private-public corporation or something like that. I'm just curious to hear your thoughts.
And I'm from Columbus. My previous job was city engineer in Columbus, and at that time they still had their original terminal building, which they've had since I was a kid. I mean, it's been there a very long time. They did work out there, but I couldn't tell you how they funded it. I wasn't involved in that specifically. Okay. Here, and like I explained earlier, when we originally hired Davis Design, we went through a specific FAA driven guidelines for hiring them. We sent out RFPs, we received letters of intent, and then we sent out more packets to them. Then as they submitted proposals, all the different companies, then we did interviews. After we did the interviews, then we selected a firm. It was awarded by the council, and then we went through a negotiation process for how the monies are. As we went through that process, it became pretty apparent that dollars for terminal buildings through the federal government and through the state government are pretty thin. That's why we switched it over into two projects, one project being the apron, that's the actual parking area. Much easier to acquire those dollars, and they did pay, or they are paying 90% of that particular project. Our share is 10% then. So when we split out the terminal building, right now it's I guess on the books as being 100% city funded, but we will certainly explore different options as we move along through the design. If there's any more federal or state dollars available, I don't know specifically if we've looked at any like public-private partnerships. I haven't personally. Perhaps some on the board have, but I'm not aware of that.
I've done a bunch of research on this, just trying to figure out where, as a city council member, I've got to justify to my constituents
Absolutely.
that we're spending, $1.7 million on a terminal building. I understand, I love our airport, I think it's a great thing, it helped us. But for us to sit and justify 1.7 million to get a new terminal when it's a very few people in the community that use it, it's really hard for me to say, let's get this ball rolling, unless we can look at other avenues. And I've seen and read about how other communities are trying to get things funded without coming to the city coffers. And I was just curious if we as a council, because this is the easy way to do things right now, is simply just go to the city and put the burden on the citizens. But if there's a way that we can come up with a private-public combination, and help burden some of that off of the taxpayers. And one other thing I wanted to bring up is I put a Facebook post out just trying to get input, and got a lot of input from a lot of different people, several pilots. And the pilots were pretty much all in line stating that Fremont had a great runway. Thank you very much. We have, the terminal is old, they understood that, but they said we need hangar space, that we had a waiting list to have people put their planes in Fremont. And that from my understanding, hangar space, if we've got public and private hangars out there right now, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So if we were to put more public hangars out there, that would be very beneficial as far as dollar generation. Is that over a period of time, once they're paid off, is that kind of a moneymaker for the airport?
We draw rent from the rent of the hangars. I would defer to Jody if it's a money maker.
Okay.
It's a long-term payback.
it's-
It does pay itself back.
Yes.
No doubt
Right,
about it, but it's a long time.
I mean, because the funds that are collected from that are used to maintain the airport.
That's correct.
To clear the snow away, repair the hangars as needed, that kind of thing.
So the more hangars we had, the more revenue we could bring in and start building up. Because right now, is the airport a drain on the city, or is it self-sufficient?
Right now it's self-sufficient.
Okay. But with this 1.7, it's going to be a big drain on the city as far as the money coming out. So that's what I was wondering if there was, I noticed we don't have hangar space in this capital improvement program until 2028. So we have no intentions of building hangar space, more additional hangar space in our airport until 2028.
Well, I don't know if I would agree with that. I know Brian did a study recently, and at the board meetings, we've looked at, just like you say, a public-private partnership for constructing hangars. And I believe that is how some of the last public hangars were built as well, through kind of a partnership like that. And frankly, I started here in 2014, and this was already kind of in the process of going. And it's taken that long. One of the hang-ups is proving to the FAA, because they won't let you build a building on the airport, period, whether you use your money, their money, unless they approve of it. And we really had to prove that a terminal is a viable project at the airport. And really the deciding factor is, because one of the things you always look at is what's wrong with the terminal that you have already. Just disregard the building that's there for a second. The apron that's out in front of the terminal currently is too small. It does not meet FAA standards. It functions, but it functions very tough. You could ask the FBO, and he'll tell you that when they get large planes in there, they really got to jockey them around to fit. The new apron is designed to the current FAA standards for wingspans and that type of thing, to be able to maneuver your planes around in a safe manner on that area in front of the terminal. Because we looked at a number of locations where to put a terminal. When I say a terminal, I mean terminal and the apron. We looked at a number of different locations, and obviously you'd always look at the one that you have. And the second downfall of that one, when it was built, the north-south runway was the runway. So it was like right on the runway, so you had full visual access of the runway. They don't have that today, because they're kind of tucked away behind the hangars and the T-hangars and all that are directly west. So you can only see a short little segment of the actual runway. This new location will be far west, basically up against the runway, so you'll have full up and north and south view of the runway. So those are really the two biggest factors, the fact that the apron is not large enough and that the location is kind of obsoleted itself. Or it's obsolete, the location is obsolete, not the building, but the location.
So there was never an effort to figure out what it would take to recondition or rehab our terminal building that we have now?
Yes, way back in the original, and I don't have the number for you what it would cost. They did do an engineering firm came in, and some of the things they found were like, the bathrooms are not ADA accessible, the building is not ADA accessible. I can tell you some of the windows, or probably all the windows, need to be replaced. It needs some upkeep to bring it up to, well, ADA standard. You have to do some physical changes, which would probably mean adding on, because by the time you start making the restrooms bigger, you start losing space inside. So we did look at that as well.
Well, I know all about that as far as what it takes to bring a building up to ADA compliant.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
I'm just, still in my heart, it's really hard for me as a city council member to vote on this project and continue down, or at least start the project down, unless we are committed to trying to figure out if there's any other way for us to fund this instead of totally out of the city coffers. I mean, it's hard for me to justify that we as city council are going to spend this money when we've got drainage issues, we've got street issues, and it's just really difficult for me to vote yes on moving forward with this. I know that there's a need there, and I would be all for upgrading or rehabbing and figuring out other ways of doing that. But as far as building a brand new terminal, it's just really difficult for me to take to make that jump.
But understand, right now you're only approving a contract for the actual design, and this particular one is only the conceptual part of that design. We will have to come back to you when we get to, let's say we move forward. Let's just assume we're moving forward. We get conceptual design, we get a final location of where we want to put this concept, then we have to come forward to you to get the agreement, or to approve the agreement to actually do the design. So tonight you're approving $25,000 of conceptual work. And then there'll be another bite out of the apple when we go to final design.
When's the final design?
I would think concept would be a couple of months, 2-3 months. That's what the architect has told me. Basically that is going to the site, finding out, okay, we want to put the footprint right here. This is where everything works. And then working with kind of a concept of what the building's going to look like. And once we get to that point, we decide that this is the building we want, this location we want. Now we're ready to go to final design. So that, that's a several month process, but then actually going to final design at that point.
So groundbreaking, this is due to be built in 2021, so.
If everything moved forward and the clock is ticking, I know it's only February, but in the construction world, we're looking at May, June right now, by the time contracts and things like that can go. But you could do groundbreaking yet this year, do earthwork and maybe some structural work, and then ribbon cutting. If everything went, you would have a ribbon cutting in 21 sometime. The building wouldn't, there's no way it would be done this year, but it could start this year.
Okay. Well, I would just ask the city council members to look hard and deep and ask your constituents. I mean, like I said, I put a Facebook post out, and I didn't get one individual that says we need to go forward with a brand new terminal. There was so much concerns about spending the money where we think we could probably spend it other places, and so that's kind of my my heart is where it's at with the individuals as far as, you know, it's a lot of money to put in a terminal right now, so, thank you.
Councilman Jensen?
I would kind of agree with Mr. Ellis Councilman Ellis on the point about seeing if we can find some creative funding of somehow, but, and perhaps Mr. Godian or somebody else could refute what I'm about to say. What I've been told anyway is that the FAA approved apron project included a pad of cement for a new airport terminal. Is that correct?
I'm trying to think how to word that. It's two separate projects. The apron project is kind of a standalone project, but the apron project is with the assumption that there's going to be a terminal there. So,
Yeah.
No concrete for it.
pardon me?
He said, Councilman Jensen said there was a pad of concrete for the terminal.
No.
That's not true.
No, the building is separate. The actual structure, building, all the fences, the parking lot, and all of that is what will go under this contract that we're looking at tonight. The contract that's been approved is for a square pad and taxiways or access ways out to the taxiways from that pad and all the lighting and everything else that goes with that.
Yes.
In
All right.
preparation for a terminal, as you
Right.
asked.
In preparation for a terminal, and that was FAA approved, and we got 90% funding from that.
That's correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is they will come back and they will inspect. It might not happen this year or next. If we choose not to move forward, and they see this work done, and nothing sitting there, they will come back for a significant portion of that money. Is that not true?
I would hate to be around that day, but but that is true. I mean, we're doing this. We're building the pad for the apron with the direct intent of putting a building there for a terminal building.
Councilmember Jacobus.
We had this discussion in 2017, and there are those of us on here that supported it, and you've answered the questions, I believe, amicably. But, I know that there was consideration for putting the terminal in a more general location, but it got shoved to the west because it benefited the runway that's there and the length of the runway that we need. I don't have a problem moving forward with this now and getting this design and getting this ball rolling. I get it, some people think the money should be spent on the ditches or the roads or whatever. We have earmarked funding that's allocated, whether it's for streets or for our infrastructure, laying new sewer lines or electrical, et cetera. It's all earmarked and the funding's been there. And we had these discussions when we had budget talks in 2017 and we had them again. I have no problem moving forward with this.
And just to get on the bandwagon, it started in about 2013, and we had budget talks in 2013, 2014, 15, 16, 17, and councils have all approved moving forward once a design and a placement for the actual apron, then the terminal was added as a joint project. It's been approved. The difficulty with the FAA and being involved with them as long as I've been involved with them, nothing happens quickly. It's federal government. You kind of wait till you have a window of opportunity and the best opportunity for us to get the maximum amount of funding. That's how we got the runway in 2009 and 10 built. There was extra money there that the federal government kicked in for our runway. Because of that, we now have planes that land like Costco. We have planes that land. It made it easier for Hormel to come in when they came in. Pella Windows to come in, Butler Ag to come in. All the economic development that comes in because of that airport, and if they locate here and build, it adds property value, property tax valuation, and they have employee base that adds to the value of our community. All those things help pay for this project. That's why the councils previous to this council have all moved forward, because the terminal is the gateway to Fremont. And many of our economic development groups or companies that have came to Fremont and located here have located here because we've got an excellent airport, and we continue to improve on it and make it better. So I would just stress, as you think through it, yes, there's things that have been done, but many councils before this council have stepped through the painstaking issues in regards to location of where we were going to put it, what's the safest place to put it, the dollar amount, how it was going to be funded, how we worked it through the past budgets, even this last recent budget. And truly, it's not been taken lightly, step by step. So with that, Councilman Ellis.
Dave, one more question. You said that you wouldn't want to be around when the FAA came back. So there is a penalty involved if we don't build this terminal?
They've never specifically said that, but when you receive these monies, there are conditions. And the condition here is we're building an apron for a terminal project.
But we don't know where the terminal is at, because that's what this money's for right now, right?
The money is for the design of the terminal. We know generally where it is.
Okay.
We have a general location. The architect will find that most the best location for the type of building that they put in, so that they have the best access to the apron area. And then what part of the process, to back up a little bit, when they did the study, is they also looked at that apron area, the terminal building, and they also looked at what other buildings could we put around it. So the hangar specifically, like you talked about, we could cluster hangars around that area, and then how does it fit into the hangar configuration that's out there already. So we did really looked at all of that, but we don't know point A where that hangar is going to be. It could be 50 feet this way, 50 feet that way, but we know generally where it's going to be.
Councilman McLean, Councilmember McLean.
Hi. So I did happen to catch Councilmember Ellis's Facebook post, and so I thought, I don't really know that much about the airport, really. I did go down there. I know Councilmember Jensen also did. I had a great hour and a half of learning a lot about the airport and actually seeing what's going on with the hangar there. I also received, which if you don't have it, it's this Fremont Municipal Airport, the benefit to Nebraska of our airport, and it's quite informative. It's put out by the state. Talks about how construction spending results in 1.75 multiplier in the regional economy. For every dollar spent on airport construction, an additional 75 cents is produced in other community-based business activity. Anyway, I won't belabor that. We do have a gem there in our runway, which is 6,350 feet long, which is longer than Blair or Millard. It's the amount of runway that's required for a lot of jets to land. Insurance requirements require a 5,000-foot runway. Like I said, I learned a lot. The current FBO is pretty bad if you've been in there. In addition to the heating and air conditioning system, its original 1964 furnace, electrical system blows circuits all the time. They use like space heaters to keep warm. The restrooms, in addition to not being ADA compliant, they have like yellow stains on the floors, which look really bad. All the windows, the seals are broken. And it is a safety issue because the runway is not visible from the FBO. So sometimes pilots land and they don't know where the terminal is because they've never been there before. Anyway, I don't want to belabor this, but my research is this is a really smart project for Fremont. We're close enough to West Omaha and a lot of the businesses that we could actually probably have more planes here. I agree with private partnership, public partnership to build some more hangars because we get revenue when these planes come in. If you go back to this brochure, visitor spending $6.1 million. So this is a benefit to the city. Again, it's an economic development tool, as been pointed out. So I think we need to move forward with this, and certainly we should look at all the options for funding that we can, but I think this would be the wrong project to derail at this point in time.
Councilman Coons?
Yeah, I think I'm impressed that so many council members have taken a lot of time and did some research and did their homework and went out to the airport and saw things first person. There's not too much that I can add to that other than my own personal experiences. I grew up, my father was an aircraft A&P mechanic, much like Jim and his son, and also an airport manager in Iowa, so I grew up around an airport. Until you spend a lot of time at an airport, you don't have a real open concept of how much that contributes to the community, and I think the mayor and Councilman McLean really did a good job of communicating that. And with my background in aviation, I learned to fly when I was 15. I didn't go and get my pilot's license because I got sidetracked by motorcycles and girls. But my heart is still there, and since I've gotten on the council, anytime I can get off of work to go to the airport meetings, I do. And I can see that everybody that's been involved with this has made this a supreme effort to move forward with this. And I really appreciate Mayor's comment about the FAA doesn't move too fast. You know, my father wasn't real good with his words when he would get angry. A lot of cuss words, but the two people that he cussed out the most were aircraft engineers and the FAA. So I always have that in the back of my mind. And these people have been working with the FAA, and the FAA is real in tune to what we've got going on now. And I think to back off a little bit would be a huge mistake. So I've got my support and continue to get my support.
Councilman Jensen?
If there's no need for any further discussion on this, I'd like to make the motion to approve Resolution 2020-023.
Councilman Ellis?
I wanted to talk.
You can.
Okay. One last question. First of all, I want to make known that I'm not against the airport here. I love the airport. My dad worked in the FAA. I spent a lot of time around airplanes, so I really do appreciate our airport. While speaking with one of the committee members, Robert suggested that maybe in the future we should be looking at an airport authority, and I know Columbus has that. Is that something, Dave, that you can? Is it something we can be moving into in a direction?
I know very little about airport authorities. I know Columbus has one, but I was never involved with them other than just general meetings.
Okay. I guess we just need to look into that, but again, thank you very much.
Councilmember Jacobus?
I'll second Mr. Jensen's motion.
It's a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
It's 10 minutes to 9. Let's take it's about 12 minutes, but let's take a 7 or 8 minute break.
You don't want us all people to start stripping down.
Yeah. Kitchen and Bar at 317 North Main Street. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor and council received the liquor license application for a Class I liquor license. The location is at 317 North Main Street. The notice was published in the paper on January 30th, providing for this public hearing. There is a report from the police department and the planning department, including your backup materials for your consideration. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus?
As usual, my question for this type of establishment, is there adequate parking? Is this an area that's conducive to the business? Are there any conflicting businesses within the parameters, within X amount of square feet? For instance, any kind of a church of any point in time, anything like that? Because I know we had, at one time, a church in back of the Ninja Steakhouse building, and nobody realized that when the liquor permit was given prior. So I'm just asking, are there any kind of conflicts or any potential conflicts that you see?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? We'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the public?
Yeah, my name's Logan Kesselring. Thank you for having us, council members. This is just a brief summary. It's
Just state your address.
Oh, sorry, our address is 317 North Main Street. So this is a request for the permit to allow the consumption of alcohol at the new restaurant location on 317 North Main Street, doing business as Alto Kitchen and Bar, as presented upon the receipt of satisfactory background checks, which has been submitted. And the justification for that is that the staff feels that we meet all requirements for said permit, with the knowledge that all liquor handlers will receive a required alcohol training within 30 days of approval of the permit or 30 days of hiring the employee. With that being said, we are very excited for bringing a new dining experience here to Fremont, and we believe that it will add value to the community. And also, this is an opportunity for us to answer any inquiries from the council if you have any.
Any questions for the applicant? Councilman Bechtel.
Did you say that your name was Logan?
Yep.
All right. I have to abstain from this. I work for a company that sells the highest quality lagers, so you and I are probably going to get to know each other well soon. So I'm going to have to abstain from this.
Very well.
Councilmember Jacobus.
Class 1 beer, wine, and spirits, does that mean you'll be serving some Crown and Tonic or some Glenlivet
Yes,
Scotch?
and finely
I'm just
crafted
following the
cocktails.
line because I don't drink beer, so
Yep.
thank you.
And finely crafted cocktails as well. That's already finely made. So,
Any other comments? Thank you.
thank you.
Any other comments from the public? We'll close the public hearing. Any other comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to Resolution 2020-026. Councilman Coons,
Make a motion to approve resolution 2020-026.
Councilman Legman,
That.
Councilman Bechtel will be abstaining. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention, Mayor.
Item 14, Resolution 2020-027 of the City Council of City of Fremont to approve Hidden Brook preliminary plat on property legally described as Lot 2 and Lot 3 of Fountain Springs Estates subdivision. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. The staff report for the preliminary plat and the final plat are essentially the same, so I will save you some time and just give you one report. The only difference that you will see in the resolution between the two is that the final plat has an additional condition that the subdivision agreement be approved, and that is at the end of the agenda that the city administrator will present. So even if you don't get to it tonight, though I'm sure you will, that condition, if you approve the final plat, would still hold on, and you would have to approve that subdivision agreement. The preliminary plat and final plat are proposed for 20 residential lots and then 2 larger lots that are immediately adjacent to Jaeger Road. Those lots would be developed or intended to be developed in the future, probably in another cul-de-sac similar to this. This will consist of 20 townhouses, so 40 total units. The lots all exceed the size for the UR zoning. All of the easements that have been requested have been shown. The only thing that we need to have added is to both the preliminary plat and final plat is a note that indicates that the dwellings will be 2 foot above what is shown as the calculated base flood elevation for the Rawhide Creek, which runs in the back of this. Typically, a floodplain requirement is that you be 1 foot above the BFE, but the floodplain in this area has not been completely studied. So again, it's just a calculated BFE for the Rawhide Creek. We know that there's flooding in this area. If you're elevated 2 feet above, they can submit the documentation to FEMA and the Nebraska Department of Natural Resources so that they can eventually, when this area, it will be in the floodplain, they can get a letter of map revision based on fill that it removes the houses from the floodplain. 2 feet gives you enough wiggle room so that when you have the calculated fill in the future, or when you have the actual BFE in the future, you know you'll still be above that. And my understanding is that's the height that they required Fountain Springs duplexes to be elevated as well. Those are the primary issues. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus?
Drainage, where are they going to be taking the drainage to? I understand there's a rawhide.
It'll go south to the Rawhide Creek. There's a drainage easement and a drainage way at the south end of the property that'll go into the Rawhide Creek.
So we've already had the rawhide at its capacity and coming out of its banks. When we took on flooding, if it wouldn't have been for the actions of the county and some actions of the city personnel, the rawhide that was coming out of its banks would have devastated the Washington Heights area. That area also gets overburdened and torrents of rain, etc., and does have a tendency to come out of its bank, particularly in that area. We now have a new development going in that area. We have a pond back there, the dewatering that's been occurring. What can we do as a city to do better for drainage other than to continue to dump into the rawhide, which seems to have a little trouble getting where it needs to go in a short amount of time as we need it?
This is downstream of where the flooding problems are that you mentioned in Washington Heights. As I understand it, the Public Works Department is working with a group on drainage manuals to address drainage and flooding throughout the city. However, these proposals meet the requirements as established in the zoning and subdivision regulations. They've been reviewed by the Public Works Director for the drainage, and he has determined that they meet those requirements as they exist for drainage. So it would be difficult at this point to place additional requirements on this to address a larger portion of the city than is in our regulations.
I'm just concerned that this development will allow water to flood itself and encroach on its area, because we had an area that had a pond of sorts, allowed water to storm drain in it on Laverna farther to the
Right.
east.
Right, and there
farther
wasn't
to the
an
north.
outlet from the pond that's on Laverna. This particular development has a 75-foot storm easement at the south end of it, and it has storm drainage, and they're being asked to elevate the lots an additional 2 feet above, and they would drain then south to the Rawhide Creek. So it shouldn't be an issue in the future.
And what's the elevation in regards to the south bank of the Rawhide Creek in relation to the Fremont Mall? That it abuts.
I do not know what that is. I do know that the BFE that was established, if I can read it on my very small plan, the BFE was 1186 and 1187. So these would be elevated to 1189. And then this would drain to the Rawhide Creek, and there is a pond, as you mentioned, in the back of that as well.
And that's actually used for dewatering as well, because it helped dewater
Right, but
the buildings that are going up now.
and I guess I'll defer to the Public Works Director, but as I know this, there is absolutely nothing to indicate that a 20-lot subdivision is going to cause or increase the flooding problems in this area.
Any other questions for staff?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand that 2 feet above the base elevation. Are you talking about putting that on the plat, or are you talking about putting it in the subdivision agreement?
It'll be on the plat.
Okay.
It'll be at the elevations that are on the lots. They'll indicate the elevations on the lots.
Okay.
Councilmember Jacobus?
It will also be in the subdivision agreement as well, correct?
I don't believe that it is in the subdivision agreement as part of the grading plan on the plat. It establishes what the base flood is, so they have to base it on what'll be filed on the plat.
Councilmember McLean?
So Jennifer, just help me with that 75-foot easement, drainage easement. So that's sort of like a little bit of a protection for the future, or what would that be?
Right, the channel of the Rawhide Creek runs along the south end of this property. The 75 feet is the area where the channel is expected to flow. So that will provide protection in the event of a heavy rain for where an overflow of the channel would be, and that it would elevate from there.
Councilmember Jacobus?
You had in here on a copy of the emails, you were talking about a floodway. Rawhide in Dodge County in this area is not a floodway. It's a
You're correct.
floodplain.
It's a floodplain, and I corrected that in my staff reports. It's a floodplain right along where the channel would be. It's not AE, which means there is not a designated floodway or a base flood specifically studied that has been established for this area. So the Department of Natural Resources estimated or determined what the base floods would be, which is what we're calculating that off of.
Do they have any stretch of real estate that's availed on here to use for kind of like a retention? Not to, I mean, just to detain it, a detention pond of sorts, a holding area to slow down any of the runoff before it gets to the Rawhide?
You know, I'm going to, at this point, defer to our Director of Public Works because he's the one who reviewed the drainage study. He didn't ask for any kind of detention or retention area. So if it's determined that that's something that is necessary, I would think that would have been determined in his initial review.
Dave Godican, Director of Public Works. I would add, no matter which direction we send this water, it's going to end up in the Rawhide Creek. Whether we run all the water out to 29th Street it flows down to Yeager Road and then goes south and goes into the Rawhide Creek. So no matter how we handle the water, the natural flow from this area is to the Rawhide Creek. So that's the only option for the actual destination of the water. They're doing a number of things. So they're building the cul-de-sac, and then a portion of that cul-de-sac does drain out into 29th Street and wraps around and goes into the creek, just a small portion. But the majority of it drains to the south. There's inlets down there, and then that's piped into the creek. So that would be from, if you look at the buildings, from basically the peak line of the roofs, usually it's kind of that break that drains forward into the street. So if you figure half of the lots all the way around that street going into those inlets, going into the Rawhide Creek. Now on their west boundary, the backyards slope west. The Fountain Springs first, I guess, the homes that are already there, their backyards drain to that same area, then that will drain via a easement and swale into the creek. So there's an opportunity there for somewhat of a detention, not necessarily designed as that, but it does detain water and slows it down before it goes into the creek. On the east side right now, it will drain east and then ultimately kind of out in that field. But as that develops, they'll do the same thing. You know, they'll build up, and then there'll be a swale between the east property line of this subdivision versus the west property line of the future subdivision. So is there anything necessarily put in place that's intended for that? No, not specifically, but in reality it is. And then that water that does drain north onto 29th Street and wraps around, it's detained as well because it just takes a while for it to make that journey. So not intentionally, but realistically, yes, there is.
Would you suggest putting in a storm drainage easement like you have in other areas of Fremont to contend with this? You said this is considered or will be somewhat of a swale when you have two properties somewhat sloping towards the same area. You're basically creating a storm drainage area. Do you feel that this would be an area along that west side to create a storm drain easement, both on both sides of the street, Fountain Springs, and on this division?
I would say no, because that's all private water. If you have an easement, the easement then is granted to someone. I'm not certain that we necessarily want it as a city, because that's just another liability on the city and a task as far as keeping that open. Typically when you have it, it's just like between two homes in a residential neighborhood. There's always a swale in between, and you know the property owners deal with that.
Any other questions for staff? We'll open the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Stan Darling and members of the council. I'm at 1650 North Clarkson. I am the current Board of the Commissioners Chair for the Fremont Housing Authority. I have with me tonight Rita Grigg, who is our Executive Director, and one of our commissioners, and Mr. Gibson. This project will be a mirror image project of Fountain Springs. It will be 40 for a population, 20 units, and potentially 40 people that will occupy these units. They will be managed by the Housing Authority. They will be maintained. They will be mowed. The snow will be removed. The yards will be taken care of, and so forth. Ever since we've had the Summers Point start, Summers Point, if you're familiar with that development, probably, gosh, it's been 17, 18 years ago. Ever since Summers Point's won, we have had a waiting list of upwards to 100 to 120 people who are looking for this type of housing. We built Summers 2, and we still had 100 people on the waiting list. Fountain Springs came along, and we still had 50 to 100 people on the waiting list. It's just such a popular type of housing project for us that's the whole reason why we've continued to look at these. Misner Development is going to be building this project. We have every confidence that these will be very good-looking townhouse type of units, and they will enhance our our community and provide that need for all those people that are looking for this type of housing. Questions?
Any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment? We'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to Resolution 2020-027 of the City Council, City of Fremont, Nebraska, to approve the Hidden Brook preliminary plat. Councilman Coons?
Make a motion to approve Resolution 2020-027.
Councilman Legman?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 15, Resolution 2020-028 of the City Council of City of Fremont, Nebraska, to approve the Hidden Brook final plat on property legally described as Lot 2 and Lot 3, Fountain Springs Estates subdivision. This staff report would be the same staff report as given in item number 14. At this time, we'll open the public hearing. Any public comment? We'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus.
This is a final plat, and we seem to have conditions on here. The condition being that we have a proposed subdivision agreement in play, and also that the same conditions on the preliminary is on here. Would this not be more conducive to consider this after we have a subdivision agreement in hand and discussed? It seems to kind of get a little backwards because we do require a subdivision agreement. That isn't something I believe that
The
Planning
subdivision
Commission
agreement
considered.
is on the agenda, at the very end of the agenda. Because there's not a public hearing for the subdivision agreement, my understanding that's why it's ordered that way on the agenda, and the city administrator will address the agreement at the end of the, when it's at its point on the agenda.
The conditions are actually noted right in the resolution, so I
Correct.
think it's fine.
Councilmember Jacobus.
Well, since we've adjourned meetings early, 11:30 in January and 11 o'clock the last council meeting, my concern is that subdivision agreement's going to have to try to play catch-up. And I'd rather have a subdivision agreement in hand that we have discussed and beat up and agreed to disagree and move forward or not, than to have the final.
Again, this plat isn't getting approved until the subdivision gets approved, so.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to Resolution 2020-028 of the City Council, City of Fremont, to approve Hidden Brook final plat on property legally described as Lot 2 and 3, Fountain Springs Estates subdivision with conditions. Councilman Legman.
I make a motion to approve Resolution 2020-028.
Councilman Coons.
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Next item on the consent agenda is the consent agenda. This is items 16 through 28. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council, will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. At this time, is there any items to be removed from the consent agenda? Councilmember Jacobus.
I'd like to have 22, 24, 25, and 26 removed.
Any other items to be removed from the consent agenda? either from the public or from council? I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 16 through 21, 23, 27, and 28. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Councilmember McLean,
I'll second that on the items that were indicated.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 22, move to approve the appointment of Reagan Mayberry Yount to the library board. This time we'll have staff report. This is an appointment of the mayor, approved by council. My appointment at this time to the library board is Reagan Mayberry Yount. Any comments? Questions? Councilmember Jacobus?
In prior times, and not so long ago, I believe 2017, this report and this request was given by the directors. For instance, 21, which was in the consent agenda, was put forth by Kim Koski, who is Director of Parks and Recreation. And I'm not sure if there's any board members here for the library board. I'd like to find out why they didn't have any weigh-in or consideration put forth of their own. And this is a vacancy that's just as recent that has occurred. And in times past, we actually did appoint, I believe in 2017, Mr. Tom Anderson. Excuse me, I back up. I misspoke. July 30th, 2019, Tina Walker, Library Director, with the support of the board, they moved forward with recommending an appointment of Tom Adamson to determine the library board, and that's the procedure we follow, and I just wondered what is different now. And then I took a look, because I was contacted, that there were several vacancies on other boards that I haven't filled, and this is just a newly vacated position. And we have Airport Advisory Committee, according to what's on the city site, someone's got an expired term and officially isn't on there anymore. A vacancy on the Board of Adjustment, a vacancy on the Board of Health. We have an expired term on the building code.
Those items aren't on the agenda, though.
My point is, there's long-term vacancies and expiration on seats, and this isn't something that was put forth by the board. I did talk to two members of the board from the library, and this wasn't their recommendation. I don't know Ms. Yount. There's no denigration intended towards Ms. Yount or the recommendation for. But I'm curious on why this didn't go through the director of the library and the library board itself. I'd like that answered. If the library director is here or the chair of the board for the library.
So first of all, item 21 is reappointments. So Diane Christensen Hillis and Ann Prince are being reappointed to the board, so they're not an appointment. So that's what they are. And Director Koski and myself visited at some time about both of those, and then we contacted them and they agreed to continue to serve. Appointments are made by the mayor, and this is one of those appointments that the mayor makes. In regards to the 2019 appointment of the gentleman to the library board, I visited with that person as well and moved his name forward as well. And his name was on the list, and he actually was an adjunct professor and a professor at Midland University. He's an author, and I had met with him. In regards to Mrs. Yount, she basically brings fresh new ideas, and I thought that is one of the main reasons why I chose her. This basically, she will serve out the term of Mandy Osdick, which only goes till January of 2021.
Again, I would like to reiterate that in times past and precedents set, these are considerations by the directors and in fulfilling these seats. State statute does state that the city council shall by ordinance determine the number of members on boards and the terms to be served and to fill unexpired vacancies. However, our Fremont Municipal Code does take the latitude to state that the mayor shall fill unexpired vacancies with council approval, and I stress with council approval. Although state law gives the authority for filling those unexpired terms to the city council, there seems to be a little bit of conflict. However, I would still like to hear from the chair of the library board as well as the director of the library on why no names had been put forth, if there were, and what the considerations were for not, because this is something that's not precedent for us.
Any other questions before we have public comment? Comments from the public?
Mr. Mayor and City Council. Larry Yursock, 1635 East Linden Avenue, Chair of the Keene Memorial Library Board of Trustees. And I would just like to speak to the Library Board's recommendation that we gave to the mayor to fill the vacancy on the Library Board. We recommended Susan Allen. I have known Susan for probably 20 years. Susan's been a library employee for those 20 years, also a school teacher. I know her to be a true and trustworthy employee of the city. She's now retired and seeks to continue her service through the library to the citizens of Fremont by volunteering for that staff position. She would bring a wealth of experience and knowledge in library operations, and I would encourage you to consider her as a library board member. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Councilmember Jacobus? There's no questions. Any other comments from the public? Comments from council? Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Susan Allen, and I live on 1116 East 5th Street. I've been living in Fremont for about 29 years because my husband, Dirk Allen, was a lifetime member here, a lifetime citizen of Fremont. I really believe in reading for children. That's why I worked at the library. I wanted kids to enjoy reading, to love reading. I tell all the parents, you need to go to the public library and check out books that your child can read and they want to read. Now that we have the Nebraska Improvements Act, reading is so much more important because our children have to be at a certain level, even in kindergarten, I teach kindergarten, certain level in order to pass the kindergarten standards or whatever they're supposed to standards. And we have many children now that can't read at that level. So I believe reading is very important. So if I was on the library board, I would really help the kids and the library, help the children to want to learn to read. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilman Bechtel?
It's kind of a tough one. I was in the library yesterday checking out 2 titles from Andrew Roberts, and so I've had a lot of interaction with Susan, and I've always enjoyed those interactions. And I think Susan would be a great fit. This is kind of a tough one because it's the balance between the mayor's pick and the library board, and I respect both of those opinions. But I would definitely like to see Susan on the board as well. I know that that's not what's up right now, but I just kind of want to put how I'm feeling out there.
Councilmember Jacobus?
I would like to have this tabled continued to the next meeting so we can allow to have Susan Allen's name considered, but also to reappoint Sherry Clement, whose term has expired as of January 2020. And I believe she has expressed an interest in retaining her seat, and that also was not put forth, even though from what I understand, according to one of the board members, both Susan's name and Sherry Clement's name were put into the city, one for reappointment and the other for consideration. So I'd like to continue this, and I would make that motion to continue this to our last meeting in February.
Ms. Clement, I have talked to and turned that into the city clerk for approval. So, and I actually thought it went through, but things get moved around and from here to there, and so I'm not totally sure of that. But again, this is a mayor's appointment. It's not a decision of the council until the council can vote. They can vote this up or down. It's it's a consideration of the mayor, and Reagan Mayberry Yount is my choice. If it's not something you want, then council will vote it down and we'll move forward. If it's something you want, you'll vote her in and she'll move forward. But that's how it works. Any other comments? I guess we do have a motion. Is there a second? That motion dies for a lack of a second. I would take a motion in regards to the appointment of Reagan Mayberry Yount to the library board. Councilman Legman?
It is a tough one, but it is a mayor's appointment, so I'm going to move to approve the the appointment of Reagan Yount.
Councilman Coons?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
The motion fails 3-4.
Moving on to item 24. Ready? Resolution 2020-031, accepting and awarding an energy services company contract to Navidius LLC. This time we'll have staff report.
Troy Shaven, Assistant City Administrator Utility. This is for, the city actually went out for requests for proposals for an energy services consultants. What they do is they come in and look at your existing facilities, how your utility usage is, lighting, heating, HVAC. They look at even our metering processes, smart metering, and make recommendations on how the utility or the city can save money over the long term by making changes. They don't get paid directly. What they do is they take a fee of approved projects. So they'll come in, they'll analyze stuff. If we think that it's something that we can move forward with, they will do an investment grade audit, which basically is it's a detailed analysis of an HVAC upgrade, for instance. They'll do a detailed analysis of that, project energy savings over X amount of years, and then come back with us and say, this is the total amount the project should cost, this is what we anticipate you will save, and those numbers are net zero, meaning we don't move forward with the project unless we're able to pay for it over a certain amount of time period in energy savings. If we decide we want to move forward with the project, then they go into what's called an energy performance contract. It's a guaranteed performance, so they will coordinate the improvements. Improvements will be done, be analyzed over, a year, 2 years, 3 years. If they don't meet the energy performance savings that they projected, we're actually refunded the amount that it was not met, and then that is projected over the lifespan. So if we were projected to save $10,000 per year, and the first year we only saved $9,000, and it's 15 years, they would give us a check for $1,000 a year times the life of the project, which is $15,000, in order to equalize the net zero savings. Is basically how the contract works. We had 4 firms submit requests for proposals. Navitas, the selection committee selected Navitas. I can take any questions.
Councilmember Jacobus.
What was the basis of the selection as far as one over the other? What pushed? And then also my other question, which I'll try not to get too off base, but it said there was no cost there because they're expected to be net zero. So what you're looking at is a payback possibly of, say, 10 years. So if we save X amount of money for 10 years, that will pay this project and the fee that they would expect. So we'd have essentially, in a roundabout way, zero out of pocket because we're already expending the money on an annual basis. Is that correct?
The energy savings would pay for the project over a certain amount of time. For example, it's difficult to do an apples to apples comparison on a hypothetical, what would you do with our system, because we have a lot of buildings, and somebody might come in and suggest to do something at the fire department, or somebody might come in and suggest to do something at Splash Station. So what we identified is we know we have an issue with the air handling unit in this building. We used that as an example for the criteria for the RFP and asked, what's your process in evaluating it? Obviously, we get into personnel qualifications, firm qualifications, familiarity with Fremont. Those are all things that go into the selection process. And then we ask, what would your fees and what would the total cost of that project be? This is a pretty specialized field. Right now, there aren't a lot of companies that can do it. Honestly, everybody who submitted a proposal is probably qualified. The deciding factor, honestly, was fees. The fees ranged from 9% of construction cost down to 6% of construction cost. One didn't submit a fee. One was 10% plus 25% of any outside engineering services. They didn't have in-house engineering services. The deciding factor was fees. The fees were lower for Navitas. Honestly, any of the firms probably could have done it on qualifications. The qualifications were very, very similar. They're all, the firms are from Kansas City, Omaha, Des Moines. These are large firms that have in-house engineering. Any one of them could have done it. It honestly came down to fees.
And I see where the 3 primary buildings, City Administration Building, and the main arena of Christensen Field, and then the Senior Center. If I'm more successful and we're happy with the relationship, and I did look through this, but I don't read contracts well. I'm assuming our legals read it. But is this something that, if we're happy with their services and we see the benefit there, that we could add on, or is this going to be an entire
So this is no commitment at all. This is, we have identified they're going to be the company we work with. If in 2 years we decide we're not happy with them, we're done. If for 5 years we decide nothing's worth our time, nothing's worth our money, we don't think like we can budget it, we don't do anything. And then if the 6th year we decide to do it, we could go back to them, and then in the 6th year do something with them. It says to sign a contract, but it's a no commitment contract. We're not obligated to pay them anything. If we're not happy with them, we just say, we're not going to do anymore. And then at that time, we can decide if we want to try to go with another firm, or maybe not. move forward in that direction or whatever, but this is really identifying Navitas as the company that we're going to work with for the foreseeable future to try to identify ways that we can do some energy efficiency or gain some savings from those.
So if this is something that we follow through and do in a shorter amount of time and are happy with it, we can expand the scope of their audit? Because right now it just has the 3 buildings on that.
They have not done an audit on any of them. Those were the projects that were identified in order to apples be able to identify the requests for proposals. Navitas was they were kind of the first one in the door and got us maybe thinking this way. And so they have actually done a little more work already. For example, on the air handling unit down in the basement, we actually have one project for this building and one project for Christensen Field budgeted, one next year, one the following year. It's not to say we have to do it, but these are specialized firms. They can come in and basically look at your building from the outside, see it's all electric and go, you're going to save a lot of money putting in a natural gas system, which is basically what they did. They went down in our basement, saw our new chiller, saw our new boiler, saw the old air handling unit, and the guy basically said, you're going to save $500,000 on this over the next 15 years if we upgrade this to digital controls and vary how we, do the HVAC stuff.
Sure.
I'm not an HVAC guy, but
Mayor might be.
I think some people in the room right now would agree that the ventilation in this room probably isn't the greatest.
I would agree with that.
That will certainly alleviate a lot of it. This was a bank, and when they updated the building, they didn't completely update the HVAC to accommodate for large meeting rooms like this.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to item resolution 2020-031, accepting and awarding an energy services company contract to Novatus. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2020-031.
Councilman Coons.
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes. Councilmember Jacobus.
Thank you. The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 25, Resolution 2020-032, accepting the proposal and awarding the contract to HDR Engineering, Inc. for engineering design services for Substation H. This time we'll have staff report.
Al Casper, Director, Electrical Engineering. This is a resolution to award a contract for engineering design services for Substation H, new substation, to HDR Engineering. We were contacted back in late summer, early fall by Holstone, and they indicated to us they wanted to add a pretty significant amount of load. They were talking about in the range of 13 megawatts, and we don't have that much extra capacity available down in that area, so we need a new substation. So we did inform Holstone that we wanted them to be responsible for the cost of the design. We really didn't have this included in the current 2-year budget. They somewhat reluctantly agreed to do that. So we went out and solicited bids from 3 different vendors. We got 2 bids. One of the vendors we went out to declined to bid. This was kind of Holstone indicated to us they wanted this kind of be on a fast track. So in the time frame that we were asking the design to be done, the one firm decided they didn't want to bid it. You see, HDR Engineering was the low bidder, $273,996. The staff recommends awarding this design contract to HDR. I would like to note there'd be no financial impact due to the reimbursement agreement. And the next item on the agenda is to consider that reimbursement agreement. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Al? Councilmember Jacobus?
What is the cost approximately to add substation H? I realize Holstone's already bought the land. The land is on them, and that's where the substation is. And this will be how much megawatts? They'll have a pole 13 to 13.5 megawatts?
They had indicated around 13 megawatts. It was a little fluid, initial discussions. We worked actually with their design engineer on the project, and they adjusted those numbers a little bit, but not very much. We do have in the range of a couple of megawatts that's available off the existing capacity, which is off of sub F. And we'll provide that to them off of their existing service. But with this 13 megawatts they want to add, we just can't do it out of substation F. We don't want to add any more transformers at sub F. You kind of put all your eggs in one basket when you start adding too many transformers at one sub. So we decided the best way to go was a new sub. We just went right down the alphabet. We're up to H.
So what's the approximate cost to adding this substation?
Right now, we're just estimating that $3 to $5 million.
Now, I may have miswrote it, but it was an approximate $6 million cost at your utility board meeting on January 28th, that even though your minutes on that meeting never show that I'm there, I do attend the majority of them. I don't have an issue with adding this. I'm just having an issue with trying to come up with that additional dollars. And I don't know how anybody views this additional cost. I understand that they need this to add a kill floor expansion and add a full second shift. And without this, they just won't have the juice. But for us to expend that kind of funding, who's picking up the tab for that substation? Is that a
Well, I think
city
that's
entity?
still to be determined. It's got, in some of the initial discussion with them, you expect them to pay for the capacity we have to add that they are going to use. Obviously, we're going to build a substation down there. We're not just going to build it limited to serving them. They want to build in some additional capacity to be able to serve some future load down there, because I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of development area yet down in that area. So we're thinking with the way we want to build this sub, they would be using around 60% of the capacity available out of this sub. So we'd have that much in addition. So again, nothing's been decided, nothing's been determined. We have told the Holstone that we would expect them to pay for the capacity they will use out of this sub.
Okay.
So we'll be negotiating with them on that as we go forward. But again, we need to get the design done, go out and get bids for the construction so we have a better idea what that cost is going to be. Then we can negotiate with Holstone on what they have to pay us.
Thank you.
Okay?
Any other questions? Comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus.
Do we have a contract that we're signing with HDR? Because there's not one in the packet. I did grab the information on what they bid on from the utility board meeting, but that wasn't in our packet. It also is not a contract. And I just wondered if Mr. Sullivan has a contract that he's reviewed for us?
Well, the contract will follow after approval from the council, and there will be an agreement signed with HDR for their
Well,
design services.
I understand that, but my question is, why is there not a contract in here? Because I assume we're not going to continue to beat this up at another meeting, that if we move forward with this tonight, that means automatically the contract gets signed. And we've been cautioned before not to move forward with things without seeing the actual contract, unless Mr. Sullivan has actually had eyeballs on it, and I don't know if he has or not. He can answer that.
Well, this is a design services contract, so it's not a sealed bid. When we go out for sealed bids, basically the contract is usually part of that package, but this is not a sealed bid requirement. By state law, I believe that for energy or for design services, you can go out and hire anybody you want. In the city of Fremont, with the price being as it is, we go out for bids. So under this situation, normally we follow up the approval by council with the actual contract.
And
So it's
again,
a little bit different situation.
And I
than
apologize for putting you on the hot seat,
We'll
because it's
have
probably
legal,
not attention.
we'll have legal address that.
Legal can
Okay.
address it, but thank you, Alan. I appreciate your thoroughness on it, and I appreciate
No,
it at the utility board
sure.
as well, so thank you.
I think I heard what I needed to hear. That is, it's gonna be, you're gonna approve awarding the contract to them, but we still gotta approve the contract. So I'm assuming that's gonna come back to us in a couple of weeks.
If that's what it takes,
Any
we
other,
just need to get it going.
any other comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-032, accepting the proposal and awarding the contract to HDR Engineering for Substation H. Councilmember Jacobus.
Based on the explanation by legal, I make a motion to approve resolution 2020-32.
Is there a second? Councilman Legman,
I'll second it.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 26, Resolution 2020-033 to authorize the execution of a reimbursement and indemnification agreement with Holstone Farms, Inc. This time we'll have staff report. Al?
Okay, so this resolution just authorizes the mayor to actually sign that reimbursement and indemnification agreement with Holstone so that they will reimburse us for the engineering design for Substation H. I would like to point out that as part of that reimbursement agreement, they will reimburse us up to an additional 10% over what was bid for the design services. We asked for that just in case there's some change orders that occur during that design process. So it's an effort to reduce any possibility of additional cost, less risk for the city. So it's pretty straightforward. Any questions?
Any questions for Al?
I have the same question. Are we gonna see this indemnification agreement? I'm not seeing it. You've seen it? I'm sorry. Travis has looked at it and reviewed it. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be part of the packet.
It isn't part of the packet. It's not in the packet. The copy that I have is from the utility board. And I'm assuming that legal has attained it and has looked at it and has agreed to the conditions. And again, I apologize for speaking out of turn.
I will look in the folder to see if it was in there, but yeah.
May I make a motion to have my copy received into record to allow the attorney to review it?
Well, they've reviewed it.
It's already been reviewed by
Oh,
Travis Jaycott. It's just not in the
I don't
packet.
know. Oh,
Travis
Travis.
is in the back.
Now I know who he is. Sorry.
Any other comments from council? Comments from the public? Now back to council. I would take a motion in regards to resolution 2020-033 to authorize the execution of the reimbursement and indemnification agreement with Holstone Farms. Councilman Coons?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2020-033.
Councilmember McLean?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 27, motion to approve and authorize execution of settlement agreement, claim, and release of liability between. Okay. Just didn't get pulled for mine. 28 is pulled or not? Do we have 28?
I think 28.
Okay. All right. I had it circled. What was the motion made? All right, unfinished business. Item 29. Motion authorizing the mayor to appoint Stan Darling to the Planning Commission. At this time, it'll be staff report. Again, this term expires April 30th of 2022. It would be a replacement for Rory Bowen. I made this appointment as mayor because I felt he, with the work that he's done over the years in regards to planning and growth and the development of our roads and streets, as he served the Chamber of Commerce, he was very instrumental in some of the highways and bypasses that we have surrounding Fremont. He's got a great understanding of growth and development, and for that reason is why I made the agreement or made the appointment and continue to stand by this appointment. Any comments from the public?
Julie Heinmarsh, 2015 Bramblewood, Fremont, Nebraska. I would just like to raise a procedural question about how candidates to fill the Planning Commission are vetted. When Lanholm was appointed the last time, I did have a conversation with the mayor that I was interested in this position and got on the list of candidates for that. And you know, I am sure that Mr. Darling has fine credentials and fine qualifications, but I'm also sure that there are other candidates on the city list that also have fine qualifications. But if you don't interview them, how would one know of those qualifications when their resume has not been reviewed? One can keep recycling the same names and moving them from board to board, but one is sure to miss some latent talent. The municipal code states that the Planning Commission shall consist of 9 members who shall represent, insofar as possible, different professions, occupations in the city, and shall hold no other municipal office. You know, having the perspective of various disciplines is called for in the municipal code. This creates balance. This also creates energy. I applied for the position because part of the mandate of the Planning Commission is to assure that plans and programs must be designed to promote public health and safety. And as a public health professional, I can offer a unique perspective. But most of you knew that. You know that part of my background. What you may not know, since I was not given an interview, is that I served as a health planner for the Family Resources Division of Baltimore County government. I also have held a real estate license and worked for a Fremont company. And I have an extensive history of the drainage patterns of the county, which is part of the mandate of the Planning Commission. Talents that could have been discovered through an interview process. And I'm not just speaking for myself in raising these concerns. I'm sure there's other candidates who also have undiscovered talents. We need a process to interview and uncover these skills. The Planning Commission, granted, is especially strategic right now because we are on the cusp of greater development. Fremont would benefit from informed and diverse perspectives. You can continue to recycle the same list of names for committees, or you can begin to actively engage more talent and new perspectives in city government. Ultimately, the appointment is the mayor, but the decision is yours, the council. Thank you.
Any other comment from the public?
Gene Schultz, 2306 Gene Drive. First, let me say that I have no problem with Stan's qualifications. I'm sure they're great. I have no problem with the housing project that he's spoke about tonight. I have no problem with that. But after listening a little bit about a comment of conflict of interest, I haven't had the benefit of looking at Linda's documents that she's looked up. But I just wonder, on the Planning Commission, will he do like Matt does when there's a liquor license that comes before him? He'll say, there's a fine lager that he's representing. I just wonder if Stan will say that he represents the finest housing authority in Fremont, and he'll have to step aside for a vote on any particular case like that. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving Street. I guess I would urge the council to vote this down, this appointment, because you recycle the same people on the commissions, and it looks to me like you could use some new people making some of these decisions. He's already on the authority, and he didn't want to get off of that, apparently, they said, because he had some projects he wanted to see through. Well, I don't think he should be on the Planning Commission necessarily. Just looks to me like we could use some new people. You kind of recycle the same people on these commissions all the time.
Thank you. Any other comment from the public? Any comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus.
I just wanted to state that I don't believe the qualifications of Mr. Darling are in question. And if it sounds like they were at any point in time, I apologize for any comments I made at the past meeting that may have implied that. I have total respect for what you do on the Housing Authority. I think you've done a good job on that. That said, our mayor was quoted literally verbatim. As I make appointments, I look for candidates that have a passion to serve the community and make decisions for the betterment of their ward and the citizens of Fremont. These people, I feel, must be objective to the process and not be afraid to speak up out whether they agree or disagree. We've also had Councilman McLean at prior meetings, as well as myself, both voice concerns about lack of diversity and inclusion. And also, some people had asked, what were the qualifications or how are these decisions made? And several council people could not say. In times past, an application, which is actually online, if people want to serve on a board, they have to fill it out. I don't see any of those names being brought forth tonight. And it's disappointing because a year and a half ago, approximately, I'd gotten a list from Tyler that had over 40 names on it of people willing to serve on boards, and yet none of those people have had their name added to the list of the various boards. That said, I would like to see this opened up. I'd like consideration for those that have actually expressed an interest that don't have other interests on committees and boards and commissions here now for the city of Fremont. Why not put in a new face? When I believe it was Planning Commissioner Amber Barton had stepped down, Councilwoman McLean had commented and had suggested we need diversity in government and we need to have more representation. I don't see that being done, and we just heard Ms. Heinmarsh speak of, she'd be a very qualified candidate as well. So I would not support moving forward with this tonight.
Again, this is a mayor's appointment. You know, we've moved it down the road, kicked the can down the road. You know, he's my appointment. I feel he's the best and most responsible at this time. And again, he is my appointment at this time. Vote him up, vote him down, and we move on. And he's okay with that, and everybody will be okay with that. So. I think that's the direction this council needs to do instead of keep kicking the can down the road. Any other comments from council? Councilman Coons?
Yeah, I don't think the comments about diversification really enter into this. I think, you know, the previous appointment was 2 women, so I don't see that as being a problem with the mayor, so I don't think that should affect the way that I vote on this. I'm going to vote for, you know, the mayor has done his homework. I'm very familiar with Stan, comfortable with that. So I don't care, you know, what Stan's personal beliefs are. I know what his beliefs are for the city of Fremont, and from the engagements that I've had with him, he has a positive approach to everything, and I think that's something that we lack in most of the time, is that positive approach.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to the appointment of Stan Darling to the Planning Commission. Councilman Coons?
Make a motion to approve the appointment of Stan.
Councilman Legman?
I'm going to second that.
Cast your votes.
The motion fails 3-4.
Moving on. Item 30. Ordinance 5525 pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate to Travis J. Bird and Molly J. Bird. This would be for the second reading. This time we'll have staff report.
We brought this forward at the last meeting. This is the first lot sale in the tech park. At the last meeting, there was some discussion about the jobs that were assigned
if part of a part of the grant. If you look under the purchase agreement, we've made a change in there where the purchaser was required now to create or maintain at least 2 jobs to qualify for the credit of meeting the target, and that's the credit that 31 jobs for before 2022. Since we've added this, I sent this out to TJ, and he's made a very good point. If you take the 31 jobs, spread it across the 80 acres that are in the park, multiply it by the 1.45 acres, it's less than 1 job. So I think we're probably treating him a little ill, not fairly on this at all. We probably should change that from 2 to 1 job to qualify, simply because it's, the equity is, I mean, he shouldn't take the burden of 2 jobs when the formula works out for less than 1. So, I mean, that's not, I mean, that's my, I think TJ will come up and say the same thing, that I don't think he has any issues with helping us meet the jobs. It's just that 2 is probably unfair.
Any questions for staff? Councilmember Jacobus.
We didn't revise the minutes to reflect, but at the last meeting, it wasn't a motion, and we had great discussion, and there was absolutely no pushback from Mr. Byrd adding the requirement to maintain at least 2 jobs that qualify as a credit towards that target to help us meet that. And so our legal actually graciously wrote this in there, so I was going to make a motion to amend, I guess, to allow for this addition, because that got written into tonight's discussion for the second read of this. So I'm not really sure quite how to handle this, the pushback now. We had agreed to move forward with 2 with Mr. Byrd. It's written in our language that we all have. Legal had graciously had that added prior to close of Friday. I'm not really sure why we want to back up the truck at this point.
I think, you know, and TJ can speak when it's public comment or as the applicant, but you know, I think we kind of put him under the gun when we were sitting there saying, well, you need to add jobs, and okay, 2 sounded good, and I think TJ said, yeah, at the time it sounded good, but I think he got considering it, was going, well, wait a minute, you know, that's not really fair. Pat's got something too.
Pat.
I would just probably echo what is being said by Mr. Newton. You have a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking on something that you're put on the hot seat for, and you guys can buy his or agree to his equity argument, which I think is reasonable, or you can keep it to 2. That's your job to vote on.
Choose not to sign it.
Councilman Ellis.
I don't see a problem with making it 1. I mean, it's only fair, and so I don't have a problem with that. Are these? This is going to be an additional job that's added, not what they currently have, and will that be monitored as if it was an LB 840 job? So they'll have to retain it for 5 years.
Correct.
Go through the audit process.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Comments from the public?
TJ Bird, 3325 Big Island Road for here in Fremont. Yeah, I brought this up to Brian because at the time we made these provisions that night, I didn't have a lot of time to think about it. So I kind of went home and talked to the boss, and she said, well, you know, in the fitness industry, there's a lot of independent contractors, part-time employees. She employs a lot of high school, college age, and working mothers. So just to give us the best chance at getting the discount if the target is met, I'd like to reduce it to 1. And then also, I'd like to ask if we could waive the 3rd reading. We kind of want to get going on some of this, and we need an executed purchase agreement for quite a bit of this. So,
Any questions for the applicant? Councilmember McLean?
So I just had a question about, and I don't know if TJ can answer it or someone else, but when we say 2 jobs, is it 2 like full-time equivalents? So it could be a combination of part-time positions that equal 1?
Correct.
I assume? Okay. And, honestly, I feel like TJ's been extremely patient. He got pushed off one agenda completely. He's waited a lot. I would be fine with waiving the final hearing reading of this myself.
And remember, so if you would move it forward, you have to publish it for 3 weeks consecutively, and then you have to wait 30-day remonstrance period. So even if you did it tonight, it's still a considerable wait before you can move forward.
Any other questions or for the applicant? Thank you. Comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus.
What's in our packet is the 2, so will we need to make a modification to it?
Yes.
A revision. Then I make a motion to revise the language to reflect 1, not 2 positions in the language, and that would be in paragraph D as in David.
Councilmember Legman,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Any other comments from council? I would take a motion to hold, that's, either way. The request is to go to third and final reading. I would take a motion at this time to suspend the rules and go to third and final reading. Councilmember Legman?
Do we have to have the second reading before we do that?
You had an amendment, but you got to pass don't you have to
I
pass
thought
it?
I was going down the right path, but.
Sorry, I was actually looking at the next agenda item.
So there was a motion to amend.
So we need to vote on that first.
Well, we have voted on
Okay.
the amendment.
All right, so then have the second reading.
So you
So-
can just suspend the rules and move to final reading and vote on the suspension of the rules?
Well, have we had the second reading?
No.
So then we need to, now that
Right.
we've done the amendment, the
Which is where I
second
was
reading.
headed.
So we need,
So I would take a motion to hold second reading. Councilman Legman.
I make a motion to hold second reading.
Councilman Jensen.
I will second that.
Now we'll have second reading. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor. An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Travis J. Bird and Molly J. Bird, a Nebraska sole proprietor pursuant to Nebraska law. On second reading.
There's been a request to suspend the rules and go to third and final reading of amended ordinance 5525. I would take a motion to that effect. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to suspend the rules and hold the final reading on amended ordinance 5525.
Councilman Legman.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Now we'll have third and final reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Travis J. Bird and Molly J. Bird, a Nebraska sole proprietor pursuant to Nebraska law.
Are you ready? Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 31. This is a Councilmember Coons item, reconsider resolution 2019-209-2020-011, consider city council meeting agenda policy. Councilman Coons?
Yeah, I originally voted for this item because it appeared to me where we were going with the consent agenda was everything was getting pulled off of the agenda anyway, so I just thought that perhaps this is what everyone wanted. Since I did that the last couple of weeks, I've mentioned this before, I consider myself an approachable individual. I don't spend a lot of time in my office. I don't spend a lot of time at home. I'm out on the street, and my wife can attest to how little time I spend at home. I try to justify that by, whoever coined the phrase, absence make the heart fonder. I'm all for that. But I'm out there every day. I'm on the street. Like I said, I don't spend a lot of time in one place, especially my office. I'm on job sites. I eat lunch out every day. I'm approached by all kinds of people, and I welcome those face-to-face conversations because I think those are more important to me than phone calls or emails. And I gotta admit, the last couple of weeks, I've been bombarded with people that have come up to me and complained about the length of our meetings, and the consent agenda was drawn up for a reason to help speed that up. And so that's why I'm kind of reconsidering this. I make my decisions off of what the public wants me to vote, if they get to me, and that's why I brought this back. And I'll throw this out there tomorrow before lunch I'll be at the door. I don't know what time I'll be there, but my phone number is 720-9164. My job kind of demands where I be at a certain time, so I don't know what time I'll have lunch. But like I said, I haven't had a single person come up to me and say, what can we do to make these meetings last longer? Not a single one. So I'll be there tomorrow to take those comments at lunchtime. Just call my number, 720-9164. Thank you.
Councilmember Jacobus.
This was an item that Councilman Yerger brought forth. And he's not here tonight to debate or stick up for his point of view, etc. But I would think it would behoove us in consideration, since it was his ordinance that he put through for the resolution, that we should continue this item to the meeting where he's present at the next. Just assume he's going to be present. If he's not there, deal with it. But I think this needs to have his consideration also, because he did write this. So based on that, I'd make a motion to continue this to the last meeting in February.
I think the motion is to reconsider, so I think you have to reconsider before you can continue. So certainly you can make the motion after it's reconsidered, but it's reconsidered to move it forward is what we have to do. So
I would like legal opinion on that, because I'd like to continue this and not continue on with the reconsideration and actually reconsider it at the following meeting.
Honestly, your code says that we're supposed to follow Robert's rules, except when your code goes in opposite, and your code goes in opposite almost all the time. So the exact procedure to this, whether there's a motion to reconsider in a second and then continued before that vote comes, or before, I can't answer that question, but either way, I think if you want to get your motion in, you can get your motion in.
okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Motion to continue. The reconsideration. Glenn Ellis, Councilman Ellis.
Second the motion to continue.
You ready? Cast your votes.
The motion is 4-3. It fails.
So we would need a motion to reconsider. Councilman Legman,
I make a motion to reconsider.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
I just want a point of clarity. Did you vote in the favor of the vote at the previous meeting that passed it? Councilman Legban.
Councilmember Coons did.
Okay, so he would have to make the motion, or somebody else, not Councilman Legban.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to
Councilman Coons?
reconsider.
Second. Councilman Legban?
Can I second it? Okay. I second it.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 5-2, Mayor.
So reconsider Resolution 2019-209, 2020-011, consider City Council meeting agenda policy. Councilmember McLean.
I would just like to ask for a point of clarification, I guess, because this agenda item in the packet, there's a lot of different documents that were put in there. And I know as council members, we do have a right to have, like, in writing what we're voting on, and I'm not exactly sure. Did we vote on Brad's blended version as what we approved? I would like just a clarification on what we actually, which of those documents in there was the one we actually did approve.
I can help with that. One moment.
You did, but there was also an amendment to that. There was a correction.
It's the, it was the item on page 274, and I think the corrections were on paragraph 4, changing it from the word sixth to fourth, so that it was in congruence with where it's the number fourth.
That's correct.
And then I think mayor was added to item D, so that it was the mayor or member of council on the fourth day prior to the meeting. You're welcome.
Any comments from the public? Comments from council? Councilmember Ellis?
I'm still unclear of what we are voting on or what we're removing. Is it possible to put it in writing or to somebody to explain it in layman's terms of what we're removing? Michael?
I can give it a shot. But I think I might have got disqualified on the layman person, but I'll give it a shot. But for clarity, Tyler, where were we installing mayor in the ordinance?
So I believe it was item 1D, and I believe it says items in backup from the mayor or a member of council.
Okay. So I think as part of the amendment that was offered, we corrected those two items. And then there was an amendment to add, if you will, the blended portion from Mr. Yerger's, in which anything that was an expenditure on the consent agenda, or I'm sorry, anything that is an expenditure could not be on the consent agenda. And so I think if I understand from the discussion from Mr. Coons, is that he was fine with the correction on the mayor, fine with the correction on the 6th to the 4th, but that he did not want to add the blended language or make an amendment to add the blended language about the consent agenda.
I like the way you think. That's what I would think.
You have 2009 or 2011 in front of you. I think if I understand what Mr. Coons is requesting is an amendment to 2009 to correct 6th to 4th and put the mayor in there, but no further amendments.
Councilman Legban?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I voted against this last time, is that it's too redundant, too many things to it. I think the staff is doing a great job right now. We don't need to have this in there. The staff is getting it out on Wednesdays. I think this is just a little bit too much again. That's why I voted against it, because I don't think we need it at all.
I think, could I add, I think maybe that one of the item that, with regards to the funds, is in item number 5 of that. If you read that, it refers to,
Are you looking at the blended?
I'm looking at the blended number 5.
Number 5.
Which is on page 274. So I think that item wasn't added to it as an amendment. I think it was in there, and so perhaps it would need to be removed. Or changed, or whatever you're wanting to do. Maybe only moving it in part.
If I understand, didn't we approve 2019-209 but added paragraph 5?
No, it was already part of it. That was part of the original one that he brought forward.
That he brought forward, but what was on the agenda was also 209 that did not have
That was
paragraph.
the staff version, that didn't go anywhere.
There was a 209 that Councilmember Yerger brought through originally, which may or
Which one was 211 then?
211 was, I think,
That's the staff version.
yeah.
And that didn't get approved.
But it is part of this blended. It's half of the
Yeah,
blend.
so what Brad did is, he had the original
I got it.
209.
I got it.
He took our 211, made a revised blended, and brought that forward.
So then, on the blended, if I understand what Mr. Coons wants, is to correct.
Get your back again.
Is to correct 4th and 6th, put the mayor insertion in there, but amend it further by removing paragraph 5.
Is that what you're looking at, Mike?
So if you go to the blended, is it 209 is the blended?
It's on page 274 of the packet.
274. So on 274, Resolution 2019-209, I think everybody's in agreement with an amendment to that to clarify insertion of the mayor and going from 6th to 4th, where it's spelled out. I think what you would further be doing is amending that to remove paragraph 5, if that's what you so choose to do, Mr. Coons.
It was the expenditure of city funds that brought all the conditions, which, you gotta admit by now that there was a lot of confusion over this last time we voted. And then once I had enough members of the public, give me their opinions on this, I went back and reread it, and I was in agreement with close to 100 people that had approached me in those 2 weeks. And, there's a reason we had a consent agenda, and it was to reduce the time of the meetings, and people are frustrated with the length of the meetings. And I heard more comment on the length of our meetings than I heard about Costco, than I heard about the immigration ordinance. So to me, the length of our meetings is what the public is really, really concerned with right now.
So maybe if I could help Mr. Coons out, if you want to make a motion to amend the blended version of 209 to add, I believe, mayor and subparagraph 1D. Is that the right spot, Tyler?
Which that's already been done.
I think
Was that done separately? Well, quite frankly, the whole resolution is back open
Exactly.
now.
The whole resolution is
So
back.
at this point, I believe you want to make a motion to amend it to correct paragraph 1D to add the mayor. So it'd be city council and mayor. you want to correct
Paragraph
4 for the word 6 that's spelled out to be spelled out as 4, and to remove paragraph 5. So just say so moved. All right.
Councilmember Legman.
I second that motion.
Ready?
Yes.
Cast your votes. Yes.
The motion carries 5-3.
To vote on the resolution as amended.
Amended Resolution 2019-209, 2020-011, consider city council meeting agenda policy. Take a motion to that effect. Councilman Coons?
Make a motion to approve the amended resolution.
Councilman Legman?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes. Yes.
The motion carries 5-3.
Item 32, Resolution 2020-034 to approve the master fee schedule for the city of Fremont and to authorize staff to assess those fees accordingly.
Good evening, City Council and Mr. Mayor. Shane Weimer, Assistant City Administrator on the city side. Last year we approved a master fee schedule. It's an annual review of that master fee schedule. If you recall, we did make some changes of the master fee schedule in the middle of the calendar year last year. This is the annual review. I take this the master fee schedule to the department heads and ask them if there needs to be any changes, reductions, or outright cancellations. In your packet, you should have received a clean copy and a marked up copy of the changes of the master fee that the staff has requested to be changed. I would like to point out a few of the things that are kind of problematic right away. Just a couple of hours ago, I had made an error, and Kim Koski, Department of Parks and Rec, came to me and said that on the very first page of one of 28, you'll see that we have a marked up version of $35 is crossed out, and it should be $40. That should be reversed. The cross out should be $40 and reversed it back down to $35. And also, if you'll pay attention to page number 10 on the master fee, I want you to make sure I highlight this, is there's been a request by the trash haulers that if we pass the master fee schedule tonight as it's written, that the changes that we make to yard waste and the fees that the trash haulers collect, that we delay the collection of those fees for 30 days so they can notify their ratepayers. I'll take any questions that you have.
Any questions for Shane? Councilmember Jacobus?
Where did you say that was at? Because I'm looking at page 9.
Which one?
The trash
Which page is that on? You said 10.
I said 10.
I don't see it.
I'm seeing that on 13 of 18.
Okay, well.
It's how the page numbers, but 293 of the agenda packet.
Oh, the transfer station rates.
Yes, the transfer station.
That'd be
On
page 13.
mine, the way I printed it out, it came out to page 10, and it may be smaller smaller print, so it might be different on your page.
I have cheater readers here.
It's under the transfer station. There should be 1, 2, 3, 4.
With the dates.
4, that the effective dates would go in effect 30 days from tomorrow.
Okay.
Councilmember Jacobus, good? Any other questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I think we would have to amend, Councilman Jensen.
No, I was just gonna make the motion, but you go ahead.
Well, I think we have to amend the 40 down to the 35, that change. And then,
I think that what he said.
and that's really the only change, and everything else is as stated. So I would take a motion in regards to the amendment to Resolution 2020-034. Councilman Jensen,
Yes, I'll make that amendment to change from the 40 back to the 35 on that item.
Councilmember Jacobus,
I will second that amendment.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now I would take a motion in regards to the amended Resolution 2020-034 to approve the master fee schedule of the City of Fremont and authorize staff to assess those fees accordingly. Councilmember Jacobus,
I would make a motion to approve the amended, is this an ordinance or resolution?
resolution.
Resolution, sorry, 2020-34. Thank you.
Councilmember McLean,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 33, Resolution 2020-035, accepting and awarding the bid to Constructors, Inc. for the construction of the Bell Street Asphalt Overlay Project, location on Bell Street between Linden Avenue and 23rd. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Dave Godigan, Director of Public Works. This item has gone out for bid, and we have bids from Constructors, Inc. to mill 2 inches of asphalt and relay the 2 inches of asphalt, make some minor curbing repairs, some inlet repairs, raising manholes, etc., and then also resetting the traffic signal loop detectors on 16th Street, and then also up at the 23rd Street intersection. We're doing mainly the work on Bell Street, as the mayor said, from Linden to 23rd, but we're also doing some work on the asphalt that's in 23rd Street, east and west of that intersection, where it's really rutted out pretty bad from the traffic going over it. Again, it's Constructors, Inc. was the low bidder on this project. They will begin construction this year.
Any questions for staff? Comments from the public? Comments from council? I would take a motion in regards to Resolution 2020-035. Councilmember McLean,
Make a motion, we approve Resolution 2020-035, accepting and awarding the bid to Constructors, Inc.
is there a second? Councilmember Jacobus,
I'll second her motion.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 34, Resolution 2020-036, approve the contract with Great Plains Communication to upgrade broadband internet access and additional IP addresses for online services. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Brian Newton, City Administrator. I think Troy maybe went to get Nick too, if he's still here. You can see in the staff report, Nick plans to upgrade our service from Great Plains. It's a very minor impact, and it has been budgeted. You can see it's split between the DU and the city for those services. There's Nick. So if there's any questions, you can ask Nick.
Nicholas Brand, IT Director for the City and the Department of Utilities. Basically, all this is upgrading our internet bandwidth at the COOP site. So we have a production environment here that you already raised. And so for our COOP site, we also need to raise it. So basically, when the internet goes down here, it picks it up over there. It's automatic. We have to have the capacity to actually run some of the stuff out of here, out of the COOP site. So, and it's only $130 extra, but we get 10 times more speed. And it was, I forgot to put it on the staff report, but it passed the Utility Infrastructure Board at 4-0.
Any questions for Nick? Comments from the public? Comments from the council? I would take a motion in regards to Resolution 2020-036. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to approve Resolution 2020-036.
Councilman Coons.
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 35, Resolution 2020-037, approving and awarding the bid in the amount of $85,300 to Dostal Construction Company, Inc. for all labor, materials, and installation of a neighborhood splash pad in John C. Fremont Park. This time we'll have staff report. Kim?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Kim Koski, Director of Parks and Recreation. A splash pad was budgeted in the 2019-2020 capital improvement plan. We selected John C. Fremont Park as the site. We did a request for proposals for design, labor, materials, and installation of the splash pad. As you can see in my staff report, we did receive submittals from 5 different vendors, and we budgeted $90,000 for this project. And as you can see, once again in my staff report, we have a base bid, which is basically the features that we need for the splash pad. LED lighting and a recycled water system were listed as alternates. And as you can see, those come with a price tag. So at this time, I am recommending that we award the bid to Dostal Construction for a base bid of $85,300. We do have a good working relationship with Bodie Dostal. He installed the splash pad at Rui and at Van Anda, and most recently he installed our picnic shelter at Ronan Park. As you can see in my backup, I did list our bid tab and when the projects could start and finish. Dostal said they could start May 10th and be completed by June 26th. I also included the schematic of what Bodie came up with for the design, as well as a conceptual design and the location. You may be questioning the location. The reason it's not closer to the playground or the shelter is because of all the abandoned pipes from the power plant. We would be hitting pipe after pipe after pipe. And so we're close to utilities in the location that I have circled on the Google map there. And that's what we're proposing. And I'll try to answer any questions you have.
Councilmember Jacobus.
A while back when this was first coming up, which I love the idea of this occurring and what you've done with the design on it, so kudos. My question is, on the recycled water system, I know initially it was told, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Newton, you said that was going to cost exponentially much more than what this is. We're into renewable sources, and we have wind generation farm that we've bought into. We've got solar panels, et cetera, and we're not willing to recycle that water back into potable water. I guess that's my concern, and I understand that's a jump on the sticker. But we run this thing for 5 years. How much water are we talking about using through that we're just going to send down into our storm sewers?
Once again, we quoted it as 67 gallons per minute. It's on an as-needed basis. It's not going to be running continuously. And also with the recycled system, it's basically a swimming pool underwater where we're going to have to treat the water, we're going to have to test the water. And when you're looking at the different figures, you know, anywhere from an additional $45,000 to $306,000. And we only budgeted 90. You know, I went with the most reasonable bid that we had, and also the recycled water adds 180 days to the project because it has to get approved by the state.
I guess part of our push on that was simply so we don't continue to waste the water. We just increased our rates, and we're into renewable sources. So I can appreciate that concern, but I hate the thought of not being able to recycle that water. Again, is there any way to have an idea? I know a lot of people frequent John C. Fremont Park. I myself take my grandkids and we do a park crawl and go to all the parks whenever they spend the summer here, and we hit everyone with a splash pad. That said, there's times where there's a lot of kids at these splash pads, and I would think this one would be your highest use.
That's a good
because of the
thing.
neighborhood that surrounds it. Plus, it's visible, and I love the LED feature. I would hate not to, regardless of how we venture down this. I want to see that LED feature added, because I think where it's at, it would be very visible. And I understand that it will exceed our budget a tad bit, but I can't believe that we can't at least get that done. But I would be all about trying to support the additional monies for a recycled water system. I hate the idea of not having this still completed, but the recycled water system is part of us moving forward on renewable sources.
If we go that route with the bids that we received, then because Bodie didn't bid a recycled system, neither did Crouch or JEO. So you're looking at the next responsible low bid would be $114.81 if we're just doing the features, but if you want to include the alternate LED, we're looking at almost $119,000 plus an additional $132,000. Oh, there you go. You're right. I was just going, yeah, they're not in order as the bids, but that's what I was looking at, so.
Do you know for sure that Dostal could not get a bid for that, since we would want to have to do an apples to apples? I'm just asking because it was something that other communities are doing, and I hate to see us keep flushing water down, because I think this is going to add it up to a lot of water.
And, you know, that's up to you as the council, but once again, Dostal's in Gretna and Water Splash is out of Champlain, New York. So they would be coming in, and once again, we'd be adding 180 days to the project. So, but that's your decision as a council. I made my recommendation.
Any other questions for staff? Comments from the public?
Gene Schultz, 2306 Gene Drive. I just wonder, has the John C. Fremont Days Committee been informed that the splash pad is going to be located in that spot? As I understand, it's 40-foot diameter. And I don't know if these are 2-foot squares, it would be the width of the room plus another square and a half, if these are 2-foot squares. So that would make a pretty big pad. And just when I looked at the location of it on the map, it looks like it's kind of in prime real estate for John C. Fremont Days. It's like where the popcorn and the root beer location was the last couple of years. It's on that where the the sidewalks meet, and then the other sidewalk cuts across the park. And And then you have the music in the park in June. I just wonder if all that's been taken into consideration. I just wonder if that's the best place to put the splash pad. Thank you.
Yes, we have talked with Don Cunningham. He was instrumental in having it put in John C. Fremont Park to recreate the old-looking fountain. That's why it's all geysers, gushers, sprayers, jet streams with the one larger feature in the middle. There's not going to be dumping buckets, anything like that. John C. Fremont Days is well aware of the space that it'll be taking up, and we have had those conversations.
Any other questions for staff? Comments from council? Councilmember Jacobus.
I'd like to hear from some of the other councilmen if they would support looking into at least adding the LED, if not the conservation aspect of recycling the water.
Councilmember McLean.
Well, I'd like to, I think maybe we could go ahead tonight with the base, and maybe Kim, we could talk. This seems like something that for $16,000, maybe we could find some money somewhere in the community for, I don't know, have you looked into that? The LED would be cool. Can it be added later? That would be
No, it needs to be ordered when we ordered the features, because they are built directly into the features. And once again, $90,000 was budgeted, and so that's what I tried to stay under, because that's what we are told so many times, to stay within budget. And so then I do, and I'm still getting told that I'm doing this wrong. So I'm really trying to do the best I can with what we have. And we've already put money into flood repairs that wasn't budgeted. So looking for another $11,000. Could we do it? Yes, probably. But once again, I was just trying to stay under the budget, which is what we aim to do. But I will take your direction, because that's what we do.
Councilmember McLean.
Well, I think we should go ahead with the recommendation, and we can look at possibly the other stuff outside of this. I applaud you for staying in budget. I think that's important, and using a local firm obviously gives us a little more control over travel expense and costs and so forth.
And once again, the main function of this splash pad is for the kids to cool off on a hot summer day, and not so you can see it. It would be cool so you can see it driving down Broad Street, but once again, it'll have to be at night. And then we're also looking at possible activity in the park after dark, and that could be an added issue. And the more we add, there's always the lights that could be an additional maintenance as well. But you have before you a couple different options. So.
Councilman Legman.
If everyone else is done, I'd like to make a motion. I don't want to. Do you want to talk?
Yeah, just a little teeny tiny bit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the thought that you think you've done something wrong, because you've done exactly what we've asked. We've asked you for these bids. We wanted the splash pad. We thought it'd be really awesomely cool to have the LED lights, and we did talk about the recycling. So I was a little taken aback at your comment that you thought that somehow someone implied that you did something wrong. And I would sincerely hope that you didn't think that was coming from my end or anybody else's on the council, because I think you did exactly what we asked you to do. You went through the extra effort for it. I will support the decision on however this goes.
Councilman Coons.
Yeah, it's just, throw my 2 cents out there. I think you've done an excellent job. And to keep in budget is what we aim for. The recycling, in a perfect world, that would be nice. When I was a kid, if we couldn't go to the swimming pool, we all had fountains in our backyard, and those ran all afternoon long. And I don't think, I know in different areas like California, Nevada, those type of places, when they have a water shortage, they regulate the hours and the days of the week that you can do that type of thing. So I think we can make adjustments if there's some concern about the water. And I'm really concerned with the recycling. being an environmentalist, you know, the added cost to testing and the headache with that, and to have to shut down, you know, to do all that is really throwing a monkey wrench into what we're trying to achieve here, and that's give our children something to do and cool down. So I'm comfortable with what you've come forward with, Kim.
Councilmember Legman.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion now. I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2020-037.
Is there a second? Councilman Coons?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Councilman Legman?
I hate to do this. If we wouldn't have had the flood updates, I think we would have finally made it through a city council meeting all the way through. But it's 11 o'clock. I know I'm out of gas, and 6 o'clock comes pretty early. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Councilman Coons?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes. Yes.
The motion carries 5-3, Mayor.